should I go closer to that? Is that our Wi-Fi signal? I might just try and see what happens if I get right next to it. Or should I do a hotspot? It's just not doing it. I'm getting the same music over and over, which is driving me crazy. So maybe I can find one that's.
We're actually losing a lot
of power.
Oh, stream power.
Because of the rain, or because just
clouds, rain, probably everything.
So for all of you out there, the cast here, we are on a rain delay. Well, rain delay is not the right word. It's a lightning delay. Rain does not bother us. You can see on your live feed there, a beautiful field here at Bluegrass Classic, 60 plus years. This event's been going on here in Lexington. But we are on the tailing edge of a rather large weather front, so we're just going to play it by ear. And as soon as we have a break, which we've had quite a few so far, we'll send people back out there. So it's time to go get your second cup of coffee or Sanka, whatever it is you drink, and come back and join us. We'll resume as quickly as we can. My name is Matthew Heinberger. I'm from Utah, up in the Pine Mountains, near Park City, a town called Midway. That's the home of the Soldier Hollow Classic, which is scheduled for next week. So I'm here in Kentucky this week. We'll be out there next week following the Soldier Hollow Classic. So what an honor it is to be out here in Kentucky. So. A lot of our handlers making their way around to different parts of the country. We even have a few competitors this year from out of the country. Obviously, we have a number that usually join us from Canada. Not quite as few this year. Not quite as many, excuse me, but we have some from Switzerland that have made the trip and making their way. And they'll be competing later on today. We'll let you know when that happens. We'll enjoy that because the whistling is all in German. Well, we've got the sound of the rain, the sound of the thunder, and the sound of the generators being fired up here to serve us fine food. Our food trucks progress towards that moment. Once again, we've got some warm drink for you if you want that from Tin Cup. Use some sweet treats as well. Fully anticipated a day of weather today, so this is not a surprise to us. We'll send people out as quickly as it's safe to do so. In the meantime, we just ask you to stay safe yourself, stay dry. You can reach over and shake the hand of the person next to you, introduce yourself if you don't already know them. So far this morning, our top score has come in from Carolyn West and men. They had a fine first run, score of 84, setting a nice standard for those to follow. Carolyn and men, the high mark so far on the day. We'll see how that holds up as more and more handlers and dogs come through. A lot of talent, a lot of experience to come today. That is a good score. Our top 7, as we mentioned, informed the first 2 days of qualification. Top 7, Fonzie Bassan, Finn with 90, Scott Glenn and Pip with 87, Beverly Lambert and Lee with 83. And we have 3 at 78. That's Bob Allen and Rock, Tilden Kirby and Trudy, Blake Byrum and Indy, all with 78. Alistair McCrae and Moss rounding out that top 7 score of 73. So, new judge today. We had Michael for the first 2 days out of England. It's Curly out of Northern Ireland. So his standard will be unique to him, of course. 84, the first score of the day, setting a high mark, and had come in the first 2 days. 84 would put Carolyn in the third. So, nice score. Next highest score today so far, Debbie Bailey at 10, score of 77. That also would have qualified in the first 2 days, so you just don't know until it all is said and done. All you can do is put up your best score and hope that it's enough. Happy to have you all here from all corners of the country and from international destinations as well. Kentucky, kind of a crossroads, if you will, of so many different regions here in the United States. We're doing a little bit from the Kentucky tour guides. They'll say, we're not quite the South, we're not quite, certainly not the North, they say. We're not quite the Midwest, we're kind of a little bit of everything. What we really are is just Kentucky, and that is true. The terrain here is varied and interesting. Like I said, I was out yesterday swimming in the Red River Gorge over to the east of us, the early parts of the Appalachians. Nice water temperature. Checking out some of the natural bridges here, a lot of karst topography, if you go to geology, a lot of limestone that results in caves and natural bridges. Of course, Mammoth Cave about 2 hours from us here. So really unusual geology here up on the surface, nice and green, lots of trees, and some good hills. And mountains the further you go to the east. Grow up here?
Yes. I actually work like 5 minutes away, literally that way.
All right, looks like the skies are lighting up just a little bit. I'm not going to make that call, of course. But we will jump forward as soon as we get the word from our officials here. A little bit more sunlight coming through. That's always a good sign. Appreciate your patience. It's an opportunity, I think, just to get into the mood, into the mode. Get ready for more fantastic sheepdog trialing here. Play a little music around the generations. We try to give everybody a song or two that they can relate to. We had some early John Denver and James Taylor, a little Alison Krauss and some Casey Musgraves. This might be a band you might know, might not know. This is Common Saints. Pink Floyd, a little Grateful Dead, a bunch of things happening with this band. This is Dreams, and our dream, of course, is to resume this competition. That will happen when it is time to happen. This is Masterson Station Park, absolutely a beautiful park here on the western side of Lexington. Nice big rolling fields. It's a horse park in many ways. You'll find all kinds of places. You'll find, it's actually a park that was designed for horse culture. You'll find gates and places to jump. Take your horse out on courses. You'll find vast soccer fields. We saw a lot of games going on throughout the week. Just a lot of acreage here and a perfect place for the Bluegrass Classic. This nice long field from the handler's post to the set out spot, which right now I'm not able to see. I'm sure it's out there. The rain experienced this a little bit. It's about 450 yards. About 4.5 football fields. 5.5 if you're talking the SEC.
It's an SEC joke. I don't know if anybody like that one. I'll have to see it.
I think I understand the SEC has its own rules, right? They have their own measurements. They do their own thing. We know this. We know this about the SEC. So 4.5 football fields out to the set-out mark. Shedding rate that you can see here is 40 yards diameter. Two pi r in circumference. We're not going to do the math. You can see, before we have our next hand, we'll take the field here. You can see the setup. Middle gates furthest back, those are the fetch panels. Got 2 panels on the drive. Today we are doing a right-hand drive once they come around the handler's post. That's different. First it is with left hand, so you handlers and dogs will shake up there, a chance to try a little differently. The right-hand drive back around, and the pen, as always, is small. But it's got nice flowers on it, which makes it inviting. Thank you to Purina Pro Plan. Their fine sponsorship of this event. I believe some of the prizes involve some Purina Pro Plan for those who are some of our top winners. Daily. As I mentioned, Bluegrass Classic has been happening since at least 1960 and has stood as one of the longest running and most respected trials in the nation. A lot of people have a lot of love for this trial field right here before you. You see that green grass? Well, the sheep see it too. So what makes for a beautiful backdrop also can be a challenge as the day wears on. The sheep get hungry or decide they didn't get enough for breakfast. So we're seeing our handlers today having to keep their heads up and keep them moving. 11 minutes is what they have to get through. We've had some great early successes on the day. Once again, a few treats for you out there. We've got Tin Can Roasters Coffee, Street Sweets. Looks like Nathan's Taqueria just getting ready to open up for us. We've got Up and Smoke Barbecue. We'll look forward to them opening their tent as well, or their truck. And Bella's Ice Cream has been with us this week. And man, I hope they're back with us today. Ice cream on a cool Kentucky day, that's just my idea of perfection.
I just posted tentative restart at 11.
Okay.
How do you tell when your license rates are on that? So the ones that are faded, it fades out. So the brighter ones are the newer hits.
Tentative start at 11. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we have a tentative start scheduled for 11, so 12 minutes from now, we hope to send out our next competitor onto the field here. So 11 o'clock, tentative restart. My name is Matthew Heinberger. I come from the high mountains, the Wasatch Mountain Range out in Utah. My pleasure to be with you here this year. Stepping in this year for Ray Crabtree, who had some family obligations. We wish Ray and his family all the best. A great gentleman of this sport, a fine announcer, and an even finer human being. So Ray, if you can hear us out there, wherever you are, just want you to know we miss you here and look forward to having you back as quickly as possible. Ray Crabtree, fine announcer. As I mentioned, I'll be next week at the Soldier Hollow Plaza. That is out in my neck of the woods in Midway, Utah. A number of our handlers and dogs will be out there as well, so we'll have a chance to go from the green grasses of Kentucky to the sagebrush and slowly greening grasses of the high mountains of Utah. About 6,000 feet, just shy of 6,000 feet, where that trial takes place. When I left to hop on a plane, we had snow still coming down up on the high pass. I don't know if we'll have any snow. I don't think we'd have any snow for the competition, but Timpanogos just gleaming light still, a lot of snow up high in the high peaks. Beautiful setting there as well. has opened Nathan's Taqueria. My Spanish is not great. I think taqueria means pizza. Somebody will let me know, of course. If and when you want to grab food, you do it. You just walk up and order, and
Yeah, I might. We have that awkward break. I might try to do that.
not yet for me, but thank you so much. Yay. How is it out there in the rain? Oh no, curly here or here? You can hear it. Well, I can't. I can barely hear it. We don't have any. We don't have any. I'll do it. I'll figure it out. We the system, the Wi-Fi is not being able to download as well as normal, so I'm trying to scramble to put some stuff in. But he can hear it. That's great. Does he have the? I'm surprised. I can't hear it.
Well, we can hear you pretty well.
Well, tell them when I turn it up over there, they get mad. So I don't have it very loud music-wise, but I can. Let's experiment and see if they notice. Oh, a little. Well, all of a sudden we jump into Camille Sanson on the Carnival of the Animals, which makes some sense in terms of the animals we're about to see back out on the course, but a little bit of an eclectic mix here. Let's bring it back into a little bit of our spirit of this event here in Kentucky. Haley Tap for you right now. Let's see bird action. Yeah. Well, we have such a big booming system where we are that it's almost finding that right balance is harder for us because it goes everywhere. So you'll always have too loud here, not loud enough there. We're like, oh. But
We used to have somebody look up the road, not our road, but the main road that came this way, we're right off here. And he would play his music so loud in the car that whenever we heard the car would go, there goes the deaf kid. We didn't even know who it was, but it was the deaf
They
kid.
have a cool mini at the,
yeah, not good yet.
yeah. I was looking at their mini, that's pretty cool.
Right, so, well, I'll try to create a playlist if I can. It's a good time for it. Maybe I can do a new one. Let's see.
So do you want me to mute the live stream or?
Maybe. Sorry, I need to remember that. I'll do better. I'll get better every day. we on 17?
We are on 16.
No, we had 16. She went. So
Terry Pickett,
yeah, she got a 62.
then Paul Tucker and Trump.
So when the competition resumes, we'll have Paul Tucker and Trump going out. Had it right here in Kentucky, sponsored by Grant Kimsey. Gate opens, that's a good sign. Narrow is the way, straight. No, narrow's the gate, straight's the way, or it's narrow the gate, straight's the... One of those two things. Either way, the good news, making his way out to the handler's post now. Paul Tucker and Trump. Look up ahead and see our set-out crew doing their job as well. So all is lining up. We'll wait for that set-out to be where it needs to be before Paul sends Trump out. Will Trump go left or Trump go right? These are the questions that we asked all the time. The outrun can go left or right. We haven't seen anybody heading out to the right yet this morning, but that is just fine if they do. Either way, outrun the first element of the 6 elements. Looking to bring this group back down towards that ideal fetch line. And stepping away from the handler's post, Paul, Tucker, Trump perhaps letting this crew go drift a little too far to his right. Hard to get him back to the center. But now Trump bringing this group where they need to go, and that's in towards the exhaust. Paul, Tucker, and Trump with some nice work out there, a nice outrun. You saw good shape, and good presentation, good lift. And I talked to a few handlers that that's what they worry about the most is that lift. And saw some good work there as well. So now a little help. We all could use a little help sometimes. Now bringing this group very willingly down towards the exhaust. What they don't realize yet is there's one way into that pen, and that's further down. Sheep wanting to join their friends right away. Each group of three can have their own way, and that group just wanting to head to the exhaust from the very start there, but again, some nice work. So a retire by Paul and Trump. Trump has retired. Now we look to Chris Elliott and Troy. They are out of Virginia. They're sponsored by Beth Murray. So Chris and Troy about to make their way to the handler's post. A little blue bayou for you. We might have some bayous out there with this rain. Yet another element of challenge here for our competitors. We'll call it a green bayou here in Lexington, Kentucky. We hope you're coming back someday, come what may, to Green Bayou. Chris Elliott and Troy approaching the handler's post. Chris Elliott and Troy working together right now. Trying to find a way through that set of panels. Once again, an interesting spot. You can see the tree, you can see the higher grasses. And elevation changes all throughout. Again, no earthly reason why the sheep would want to go through that panel. There's good grass everywhere around. So getting the work done, doing it well right now. That's Troy. You watch the sheep with their heads up, keeping them moving at a good pace. Most of these sheep wearing wool in the rain, that's always a challenge. Just get tight. Not seeing a lot of drooping heads to stop to eat here. But they do know where their friends are. All you can learn. So nice straight line towards Chris Athley Handler's Post. Bringing them around counterclockwise once they pass between the judge and the handler's post. That generally is the end of the fetch and the beginning of the drive. You may have noticed our sheep all with matching tattoos this morning. They come from Mike and Henry Hollenbeck and family up in Billings, Montana. These were Hardy Rabelais crosses. So a hardy sheep for sure. They've spent a lot of time in the high country. This is quite a change for them. Yearlings, of course. Certainly it rains in Montana, but not quite like this. Continually. So a lot of new things for the sheep to deal with. And Troy doing fantastic. Through that first set of panels on the drive. Well, our live broadcast folks at home getting a healthy treat there. Backdrop. Making that turn to the cross drive, right to left.
Just some nice patience there. Trying to slow down this group. They want to make a run to where they can see their friends all under one tree. Apparently, nobody is taught to shoot what to do in case of lightning. But redirecting and bringing them now down towards the shedding ring is the goal. I mentioned these sheep come from a place called Molt, Montana, not too far from Billings. Billings kind of in that high prairie mountainous region. So a little bit of everything there. Beautiful, beautiful community. Thank you to Mike and Henry Hollenbeck and their family. Company's Bluebell sheep. To be confused with Bluebell ice cream. Yes, they've started a new sheep's milk line. Into the shedding ring we are now. Chris and Troy will do what we call the shed dance here. Chance to separate one.
It's from your phone. Before you plug it in, turn that down.
That one?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard that.
Bringing this group back together, a chance to head towards the pen. It's been a little while since we've been at the pen. That's mainly due to the rain, of course. See if the hinges are rusted. And they are not. They are ready.
Is that time? Vernon, is that time?
Time runs down. 11 minutes goes by awfully fast. Absolutely it does. With a lot of elements to make happen. All in that time. Some great work out there by Chris, Elliott, and Troy out of Virginia. If they can hear us over the range, how about a little round of applause for Chris and Troy. There we go. Getting a well-deserved bath. Not wet enough, apparently. Now, if Chris hops into that bath, we'll know that something truly special's happened out there. It's a great work by those two. We look forward to seeing them more throughout this competition. Chris and Troy. Well, the rain continues, but so does the competition. Nice and light now. We can see the field well. No real impediments. I don't want to say anything out loud. The announcer's curse is a real enough thing. All right, the score comes in for Chris and Troy at 72. 72, a nice score for Chris and Troy. Just word on the street is the burritos are fine at Nathan's Taqueria. course, the steak and cheese burrito, I think was what was served at the first sheepdog trial in New Zealand back in 1860. That's what I heard on the internet. I don't know if it's true, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that. Steak and cheese burrito at the sheepdog trial of 1860 in Wanaka. I believe that's North Island, if I know my New Zealand. But I'll check. New Zealand is where the history traces back to, at least the official trials. Of course, there is a lot longer history of being a shepherd. Got a lot of famous shepherds going all the way back.
I'm gonna assume you know, Cain or Abel, who was the shepherd?
Abel.
It's Abel.
I think so.
Abel got killed for it, right?
Cain killed.
Abel, right. That part I knew, but you gotta make sure, I gotta get this one right or I'm gonna have more problems than I had with the... He tilled the land.
Yes.
Abel was the shepherd.
All right, going all the way back, of course, to New Zealand in the 1860s, for the first official trial, we have news accounts of that trial happening. And go back a little further if you want to. I believe King David was a shepherd. I think we can go all the way back to Abel if we really want to, but that did not end as well. We don't want any repeat of that here at this particular competition, so focus on King David. Of course, there was Alan Shepherd, another famous shepherd. Up in space, checking out Orion the Shepherd, the great constellation Orion. Now we move to John Campbell, heading out there with Kate, also from Virginia, so 2 in a row from the great state of Virginia. Mr. John Campbell and Kate, sponsored by Charlie Hurd. See the setup crew up there. There's Vaughn the Shepherd. We've got quite a few famous shepherds right here, by the way. Some have had great opportunities to qualify for Sunday. Between Scott Glenn and Alistair McCrae and Fonzie the Son, you'll see those names. A lot of success right here at Bluegrass Classic. All 3 have qualified for Sundays. But Scott Glenn, of course, a Canadian champion. Alistair McCrae, national champion himself. Right now, this is John Campbell and Kate.
take of it.
Take the time to bring them back into that fetch line, imaginary line that runs from the set out spot down to the handler's post. If it's imaginary to us, you can bet that it's imaginary to the sheep as well. So work is being done right now by Kate. Keep them in line. Often say it's in the instinct for these border collies to fetch these sheep and bring them back. Fail to mention it's not the instinct of the sheep to let that happen. So as always, this is skill, pressure, using that border collie side eye. If you happen to be here for the first time at this competition, you'll notice no barking. Not how the work gets done. It's all done with pressure, presence, and patience. Your Targhee Rambouillet crosses of the wilds of Montana. They've been shorn, faded, and they're still wearing their wool moon boots. Matching tattoos from a wild night in Billings. First leg of the drive right now. This is worth up to 30 points. The single most important element in the sheepdog run. As I've mentioned a few times, it's mostly because the dog is being asked to move against instinct and push them away from the handler.
Great Satie basketball. That's Chev.
So there was push out, and then now it's Mark.
Okay, Utah, that's right. It was Cal. Okay. This is for sentiment.
We're done through that first set of panels. Now that cross drive. This has been interesting throughout the day. Again, as the exhaust herd grows, the flock grows, excuse me. More and more of a draw, more shoot once they see their friends. You see them pick up that pace. So handler and dog working to control that progress. Keep them moving, but not too fast. And of course, toward the panels.
Call it KU or UK?
Bring them towards the shedding ring now. A chance to do that little dance. Good to have you here with us in Lexington, Kentucky. It's a city of champions for sure. UK with a lot of success over the years. You may not know this, but the name Calipari actually is Italian for shepherd. There's a new pope in town, Mark Pope. We hope they'll come out and enjoy these events here. Now a chance for a shed in the shedding ring. We have 3 sheep. The idea is to shed one off, separate them, and hold that one off. If they leave the ring, bring them back in. The shed must take place within that fairy circle, that stone hedge. And the time runs down. 11 minutes goes by fast when you're having fun, and that was a fun one to watch. John Campbell and Kate. How about a round of applause for John and Kate? It's a very nice work here again. We're seeing some parts of our course. It will be a challenge throughout the day as that herd grows over in the exhaust area. A nice sight line. The sheep can see their friends. The grass looks greener over there. It looks taller for sure. Whether or not they know they'll get there eventually, we're seeing some of them make a break for it early on. So that's a fun part to watch. Patricia McCrae and Knight now stepping on to course out of South Carolina, sponsored by Terry Byron. Patricia McCrae and Knight at the hill, getting ready for their chance here at Bluegrass Classic.
having fun?
Yeah, I have fun. This is fun.
So the outrun accomplished, the lift accomplished. Now the fetch. Lots of distractions up there for sheep. Bring them down through the fetch panels. Continuing down towards Patricia at the handler's post. This is the fetch here, bring them towards Patricia at the handler's post. Well, the backdrop is a little dark, but the great grass is nice and green right now, some sunshine, trying to find its way through. Maybe not direct, but it's out there. We always know it's out there. Nice moment there. Now look at the judge. Now realigning them up for the first leg of the drive. Judge today, Mr. Aidan McCauley from Long North Ireland. Nicknamed Curly, our judge grew up in a farming family. Started trolley himself at age 11, so he knows how to do it, what needs to be done, making their way towards that first set of panels. Bit of a delicate dance right there, and just a moment on a trial run, getting them through that first set of panels on the drive. The tighter the lines, sometimes the better the score is, but of course, you don't want them drifting back down either. So get them through, then redirect. Sometimes it's a quick, tight turn, sometimes a little bit more looping. Sending them down on the cross drive. Nice work there too. Hitting both panels. Watch the heads of the chute. You know where they want to go. Patience and persistence. This is Patricia and Knight. Getting back onto that line. Into the shedding ring now. As we've seen throughout the day, throughout the week for that matter, sometimes this happens fast, sometimes slow, sometimes not at all. This is an important skill out on the range. Perhaps you can separate one for some first aid, perhaps inoculation. Maybe one of them is being adopted, who knows? Separating one from the rest, call that the shed or the single.
So up in smoke.
Oh, right there, right there. Some nice work by Patricia and Knight. Just a little more time would have done it. We just had that feeling, but again, as we've mentioned, you don't want to put too much pressure. The temptation is to make it happen, to force it. And sometimes when that happens, especially after a good run with a lot of excitement. Sometimes things just go wrong with the pen. The pen is really only worth 10 points overall. I know it's icing on the cupcake for sure, and we all love to see it, and the handlers love to achieve it, as do the dogs. But smarter to be patient and just take the points you've already earned and not risk having to have a total reset. So some great work there. She sure had them lined up. Patricia and Knight doing quite well together. Just a quick announcement for you. Our Up and Smoke barbecue is actually open. They're going to have to leave in about an hour to go fix a generator, but they've got pulled pork and brisket available right now. So if you're craving that or you're waiting for them, they are available for you now. So Connie Brannon and Mave out of Kentucky now making their way over to the Handler's Post, sponsored by Chris Elliott.
Oh, what's the name again?
Connie Brannon.
And how do I spell the name of the dog?
Brannen is the
I got
that's Connie's last name, sorry. And then the dog is Mave, and I can spell that one for you too.
Thorp.
The dog? Maeve. Maeve. Mave. V is in Victor.
Set out crew up there working hard, bring this group down to where they need to be. You can see a small white marker up on the hillside. That's approximately where we want to set them. Sometimes you'll see the sheep drift naturally. That's not counted against the handler or the dog. You basically lift them where you find them. So the setup crew doing a bang-up job up there to keep them where they need to be, give them a good start. In the fetch here, the lift accomplished, the outrun accomplished. trick, of course, in this fetch is to keep their heads up and keep them moving. Of course, the sheep have other ideas that they'd rather be doing. There we go. Now coming again down the hillside here towards the handler's post. This is Connie and Mave working together. The sheep's names are Minnie, Mo, and Jack.
Sunwood?
Oh, are they out of it? Oh, I was there right away.
Counterclockwise around the handler's post. That brings a conclusion to the fetch. Now we start to drive a 3-point triangle, as most triangles are. And if you watch the heads of the sheep, you know where they'd rather go, but not yet. Not yet at all. Drive single most valuable element of a successful sheepdog trial, 30 points in all. Moving the sheep away from the handler, not an easy task, and not instinctual. It takes a lot of years and a lot of training to make what's happening in front of your eyes right now actually happen. Here at the Bluegrass Classic, you can check out some of the up-and-coming dogs being trained for just this very thing. Patricia and 19 before, and now Connie and Mave are doing. And through the first set of panels there, now a nice redirect. Try to get them lined up towards that second. through the second set of panels now. Chance to redirect yet again and bring it back towards the shedding ring. Talking to some of the handlers here, depending on how much experience the dogs have and how many competitions they have in their repertoire here, sometimes just having really excellent individual elements is really the goal. Sometimes a great outrun, a great lift, a strong fetch can be everything you hope for and more. Of course, there are 6 full elements here. You want to put it all together, and so as the dogs get more experience at this level of competition, you see more and more. Putting all 6 in gives you a chance for a fine sport indeed. Now, once they step into that ring, so too will Connie. For our 5th element here, the shed. Also known as the single. Well, time does run down, but some nice work out there, some beautiful elements put together by Connie, Brannon, and Mave. Well done. A round of applause for Connie and Mave right here in Kentucky. You can see them in action. Yeah, 11 minutes is, it seems like a lot of time, but it's not. It's a lot. It has to happen. Everything to come together within that amount of time. We've seen 11, 12, 13 minutes for different courses in different places. Of course, a large field here at the Bluegrass Classic. So 11 minutes it is. I mentioned that you've got other things happening here. If you haven't noticed that yet or haven't wandered over, you can see the novice class is working. Novice class is for dogs with approximately 1 year of training. Pro novice for dogs just learning how to drive. Advanced Pro Novice for dogs nearly ready for open class competition, which is what we're watching right here. There's even a nursery division for dogs that are under 3 years of age. So development, just as in every other sport, you don't just walk out of the field and make it happen. You gotta put it together over a period of time. So a couple of scores I'll mention to you while we are waiting for our next competitor to take the field. We had Chris Elliott and Troy with 72. 72 for Chris and Troy, for John, Campbell, and Kane at 56. And for Patricia and Knight, a score of 82. 82 for Patricia, McCrae, and Knight. Our higher scores on the day. We'll wait for the score for Connie and Migan. This is Peterson and Moss out of Georgia, working together right now.
No, no. It's fine. I can wait till after the run, or I could do it right now.
A little bit. I would wait till after we get going.
Okay. Thank you.
Counterclockwise around there's notice the sheet don't go clockwise, counterclockwise. Otherwise, I think one of them might be wearing a Timex. So working together to make that happen. This is and Moss. Lining up for that first leg of the drive.
That's it? Oh, you, okay, that's one. Okay. Thank you.
Making their way on through that first set of panels. A quick announcement here, we have a border collie that was found roaming. It happened here at the White House. If you might be missing one of your black tribes, is right here, waiting to be claimed. He was trying to park cars for money.
He's not a tribe.
Not a drive. That's what I just say what they tell me. So
Not a tribe.
a duel? What do you call them?
No, black and white, not a tribe.
Just black and white. There we go. Thank you so much. On the cross drive now. Satie and Moss on the last little part here of the cross drive, trying to get through. Through those panels now, the sheep look, see where their friends are, trying to decide if it's worth it, and being directed nicely to come back down for some more tricks here. In a tough corner right there all throughout the day, again, as that flock gets bigger, it's just more of a draw. It's true for all animals, I think. Into the shedding ring now. Satie and Moss will do their unusual dance here, trying to shed off one from the other two. Does not have to be the leading or the tailing, but it does have to be done well and held for enough time for the judge to feel good about that skill. Looking for that moment to step in, and that hold is very, very important for the judge. There you go. That's it. That demonstrates that skill. Now a chance to head to the pen in the time that remains. Satie and Moss. Try to re-rack those dirty balls and bring them back around here. And time is called. The pen was open. You saw them think about it, but a little more time and it made it happen. Nicely done by Satie, Peterson, and Moss. Let's give a round of applause to these two. Some great elements out on course, lost and found. Found that shed. Meanwhile, we have a lost dog that we have found, a black and white. He's cruising around the competition area. He's down by the campers. If you think one of your dogs might be missing, it's a black and white. Very, very happy. Was trying to get a poker game started with some of the other dogs. So a very, very smart dog, but in need of an owner here. So black and white. Border Collie, if you think one of yours might have gotten out somehow, or come and find.
Am I getting it wrong again? What am I doing?
No, I just said,
They're all-
Border Collie, narrowed it way down.
Yeah,
There aren't too many here.
Oh, you brought that to me. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. That's so kind of you. Appreciate that.
You want to know that it's a female?
Is it a female?
Yeah.
Yeah. Black and white?
Black and white.
That knocks it down a little bit,
A
right?
little bit.
All right, our lost, or I should say our found. We have found this dog, but the dog is still not found its owner. It's female, black and white. Very friendly, it turns out. Very friendly. Lots of good advice for us. Well, nice conditions right now. light winds, our first wind, I will say, of the day. Picking up. Heading out will be Lisa Thorp and Grace out of Ohio. Sponsored by Jennifer Looper. So the last four, five, we had Virginia, South Carolina, Kentucky, Georgia, and now Ohio.
Hey, stay down.
Fine. Thank you. Big mouthful.
That's okay. We're realistic here.
There's your lift right there. It's kind of an Ohio right there. As you introduce yourself to the sheep, give them a greeting and a little bit of pressure to help them know that there's some work to be done. You'll be their shepherd. Lisa and Braves right now. Moving down the bench line. Cy and Moss with a score of 69, by the way. This is Lisa and Grace. Moving nicely, if you go counterclockwise. An important part today, we moved that from the first 2 days, so for those dogs doing it a second time, this is a little bit different than what they did before. Getting them lined up now for that first part of the drive. Well, we know faith without works is dead. Right now, some good working happening out there to help this group move away from the handler. Sometimes you just need a little grace, and that's what we're watching. This is Grace and Lisa doing their thing. Heads are up, moving well. And a quick redirect now for the cross drive. Again, you have to remember the sheep don't know that they're wanting to go through that gate. It's not their instinct to do it. In fact, it's kind of a strange object out there. I'd like to give it a wide berth, so that pressure.
Rob has been reunited with this person.
Awesome. Thank you.
Now on the cross drive, right to left. We know there was a posse building. We want to let you know the lost dog has been reunited.
Vernon? Was that time? Or step away?
All right, the sheep making their way. And again, some nice elements there by Alicia and Grace out of Ohio. Well, more airplanes coming across now. That must bode well for the weather. Glenn Campbell, by the time I get to Phoenix, the handlers and dogs will be rising. You know, I happen to believe that all of Glenn Campbell's songs were about sheepdog trialing, if you listen closely. Gentle on my mind is how you feel when they make it through the whole chorus and feel good about it. Still working on the Wichita lineman explanation, but you know what I'm saying. Sometimes you'd rather be a Wichita lineman and put up with some of the stresses that come in this spectacular event. Dwight Parker now and Rye out of North Carolina. We are definitely covering the region here with our handlers and their dogs. This is Dwight and Rye from North Carolina, which I'm told is just north of South Carolina. I learn something every day.
Some more classical.
dry right now. This group pointing towards the handler's post. Wind coming in from New England for us. Some clouds approaching from behind over in the Knox area. Keep on trucking here. Weather allows us to do so. The only thing that stops us is lightning. All of these conditions, of course, happening out on working ranches. So, doing it just in good weather is not good enough. Doing it whenever you've got, whatever comes your way, and making the most of the conditions you're given. That's out of the sheepdog crowd, that's life. Counterclockwise around. Nice photo op for the judge. And through that first set of panels on the drive, now redirect cross country, cross drive. And that back and forth motion. Again, watching the sheep, trying to keep them moving steady. Don can cover whatever ground he or she needs. It's a little bit like backing up a trailer. Keep the one part steady and the rest goes back and forth. That's okay. But it's not easy, I'll tell you that. Lined up now. This is an interesting part of our competition so far today. She want to go that direction for obvious reasons. Now you see that tendency to want to break away. That's no surprise. That's all the sheep right there. And now stepping away. It's an interesting spot to watch, and it's not that hard to figure out why the sheep want to do what they want to do over there. So the dog needs to be on top of that, and that's easier said than done. A lot of strange conditions out here do for the sheep. Remember, the sheep are yearlings. It's the first year of their life near Wilson, Montana, up in the high country. And they're off predators and staying together. Safety in numbers, so they're not eager to be split up, even in small groups of 3. exhaust there. A reminder of how strong and nimble these sheep can be. It was Dwight, Parker, and Ryan in North Carolina. Next up will be Kelly, Mayfield, and Chev out of Tennessee. We are certainly putting pins on our map. We've got handlers and teams from all over the country. Not a bad place in the bunch. Wonderful places to live and work, train, and trial. Here we are in Lexington, Kentucky at Masterson Station Park. Part of the Kentucky experience, maybe a little less known nationally than the horse tradition here, but the sheep tradition alive and well. It has been for a long, long time. Beautiful place to draw together these remarkable human canine teams. Can't do it without each other, of course. Chris, I can't do it without you.
That's actually what I'm curious about. Yeah.
What's happening?
We're trying to figure out a way to break.
Well, right now, you mean? Oh, I think it's the set out, right? They've got, I think they
Right,
maybe,
they're bringing the seals down.
yeah. Oh, the break, right? Is there lightning? Did you lightning?
Yeah,
Oh.
and then back over there, that's where it's just going from that way. And it's supposed to be really back in an hour.
Oh, boy.
You never know. I mean, I've seen them have files just, I mean, it's raining sideways and everything's.
Dominic has a satellite where you can watch lightning strikes. He's been our go-to guy.
Well, our next round of weather perhaps coming in from behind us here, where I am standing. Rain's picked up a little bit, wind's picked up a little bit. Well, that was Dwight, Parker, and Rye. Right now, we've got a little James Taylor, a little Carolina in my mind, so things line up cosmically sometimes. Bringing these three into the exhaust, heading back up the hill. I don't know, who's having more fun here, us or the set-out crew? Look at them. Covering some ground. Make no mistake, you are seeing some of the best right here at Bluegrass Classic. We have champions from years past in competition here. We have champions for years to come coming up, and always new talent, both on the dog side and the handler side. Look forward to. Again, behind us, we have the novice field and novice classes. Novice, nursery class, pro nursery class, so each class a preliminary group. Eventually, the opportunity to compete right here in the open class. That's kind of the all-stars right there. Keeping an eye on the weather as we go throughout the day. It's like our next group. This will be Kelly Mayfield going out there with Chev. Great state of Tennessee. Tennessee on my mind right now. All apologies to James Taylor. So we saw our first right-hand outrun of the day. And we put a few previous days. We had a couple of very early runs. Good one, right? Just so far. Nice execution there, a nice outrun, a nice lift. And all lined up well. Never overtold super. As the announcer says, all the announcer's curse continues. But getting him back in line now, that's what to do. We'll get offline and get him back in line. Heading back towards Elliott and the handler's coach. Hard to tell these days if you want your kids to be online or offline. Right now, it's pretty straightforward. Inline. Heads are up, and moving well. Nice speed. lining them up to that first leg of the drive. Total of 30 points possible at this moment. It is a triangle, but it's not equilateral as far as I can tell. Your own possibilities. It's your own unique one here. Depending upon the terrain, you can see the terrain rolls, drop down into that trough down there. Rise once again towards that first set of panels. Nicely done, and now back to the right. Right to left. Nicely done through the second set of panels. Now here is where it gets interesting. Getting that pressure on. Turning them back towards the shedding ring. Well, they haven't seen the like this run right here, a little round of Heavenly Thunder into the shedding ring now.
I wonder if we have any string.
What string?
Yeah, if we could like have that like over all that.
There's the string over there, I saw, right there by the feet. Like, just do this. Probably just put it under.
I would say if we do tarps on this side, going down like that, that would be perfect. I think tomorrow I'm gonna bring some tarps as well.
I don't have anything to clamp them up with.
We have string.
Okay.
Now that curious dance we call the shed. It's a dance down at the shed tonight. Let's take one. Hold that one. The lead can be the tail. It doesn't necessarily matter which, but then you can see that hold not allowing those groups to get back together. You know, a little too much pressure right there. That is so hard to ask the dog not to do that. And sometimes, in the excitement and trying to get it all done right, things can happen. But it's great work out there. Truly some nice stuff by Kelly, Mayfield, and Chev. Tennessee, a lot to be proud of in that run. You'll see the word retire show up sometimes as the official scores to somebody, and that can mean a number of things. Sometimes the judge sees something that's not what they want to see, and they see not. Sometimes it's a handler that steps away and wants to just preserve what is best in the run that they've just seen. So retire is one of those words that means a number of things. Again, the safety of the dog, the safety of the sheep, safety of the handler, paramount to us here. So sometimes you just step away and do it another time. That's okay. Especially if you saw a lot. You'd be proud of you after that.
Is that a delay?
Well, we saw a little lighting out there. We're going to step away here for a moment and let conditions improve. We'll let Patsy Klein tell us how to feel about this weather. It's a good time to grab some food or grab some drink. We can grab some shelter here. But kind of different than what we've seen already today so far. This whole time.
These two.
Here's two. That's all I've got. I've got a little piece of white rest in there.
These are too nice.
They're not new.
I don't wanna get-
Notice there's dust on them. You have to put them down for Julie. So I will.
Thank you so much.
Let's just go.
I'll go far back if I can. Is that
Yeah, I'm just worried about that.
Yeah.
This is the 2025 Bluegrass Classic. And a classic one it is shaping up to be here. In many senses of that word. We've had phenomenal performances the last few days, and this morning has been no exception. We've also had some classic weather coming through, and that's okay for us. We don't mind that. That's life out on the range, that's life out on the farm. But in a competition like this, we have the luxury of being able to put a pause on things and not send our teams out in dangerous weather. So that's what we're doing right now. It's all good. We'll let you know when we resume. In the meantime, let's be happy we're alive on a day like today. Beautiful, beautiful green hills of Kentucky.
Sorry, I'll stop talking and I'll start over. You got that one? I can tie that one down. Give me a small one, I'll tie that one to the end. I'll go around once and then you can work on this one.
Ooh, that's right. Straight down the shore.
something to travel at all?
Uh,
Oh, you got that one tied to the side.
yeah.
Sweet. Okay.
Here.
Does that give you enough?
Kind of. Hold on. I can still move this one.
I don't think this one's staked down. Hey, Vernon. Sorry, I don't know if this one's staked down. That one does, but I don't see him on this one unless. No, the red one is tied. Oh, so that okay. Oh, you're right. It's the red one. Do we need to worry about the red one? Should I? Okay. We'll just hold down the fort, literally.
Yeah, as long as this is covering that, I think we're golden.
Okay. I'll have to put something heavy on that, I guess, or.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is good.
I'm all wet too. I'll just do this. All right.
Well, we're on a little lightning delay here. We'll let you know when that finishes up and we can send out our next competitor. That will be Mike Deiri and Bella. That's what I have him. Out of Indiana. In the meantime, a little Linda Ronstadt for you here, a little Desperado. Why don't we come to our senses? We've been out riding fences for so long now. delay here for lightning, but looking at the radar right now, it is, we're here in this tent, but we feel like this could be the last bit to come through here. Might be our last bit of drama for the day. Do not quote us on that. Please don't make any bets or lay any money down on that prediction, but looking at our radar, it looks like this could be our last gasp of this particular storm front. So we'll hope that's true, and we'll let you know when we can resume.
You want a warm drink? just realized the music was on.
It's all good.
Alright.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't said anything about the name, but I have it on live stream, so
This is Mike.
Mike Bella. I believe first.
Some nice work here by Mike and Bella out of Indiana. Coming back towards the handler's post, nice outrun. You saw the lift in the very last few moments of the fetch. Counterclockwise. Nice and calm and gentle on their minds, as Mr. Glenn Campbell was saying. Folks can be deceptive. These sheep, again, not interested in our designs for them. So they've got to have a little help. Mike and Bella doing just that. So when they come around the hamlet, they've got a three-legged triangle, which most triangles are three-legged, except that one. Bruno triangle, which we don't talk about. Nicely through those panels, and now a quick redirect to the left. Well, we see some clearing here right now, as predicted. So nice scene out there on the cross drive, beautiful view. Right through. Into the shedding ring now for a little bit of that magic. Again, 10 points is all that this is potentially worth, but don't be deceived. This is a very important skill. It's a very nice feather on a cap. And you can achieve it. A bit of a dance here. You can see Mike and Bella on either side of this group, trailing it back and forth, moving it back and forth until they find that place to step in. There we go. Now bring them back toward the pen and time that remains. A nice shed. This team all the way from Indiana here. I realize Indiana is one of the neighboring states of Kentucky, but there's 7 neighboring states of Kentucky. That covers a whole lot of ground. And the time runs down. Oh, that was so close right there. It all seemed lined up. A nice round of applause for Mike and Bella, of course. Great work out there. Just about had that pen. Again, that pen is such an interesting phenomenon. You've been asked, do you want a lot of time or a little time when you get there? And of course, the answer is right in the middle. You want the right amount of time. Sometimes when time is running down, and the sheep are completely frozen here. They're all frozen in one spot. This is, there they go. Playing freeze tag. Now they realize what's up here. Do not get to stay in the magic fairy ring. Yeah, so that pen, again, if you have too much time, sometimes the pressure just builds and builds and builds, and sometimes we've seen dogs grip and again, dogs they can beat. They're entitled to self-defense. If a sheep goes at them, they can defend themselves. That's allowed, but in their desire to make something happen, get that pen sometimes, well, too much time can be too much time. Too little time, of course, can be Russian. So that perfect amount of time in the pen is what the handlers hope for, and that depends upon all the other 5 elements that precede it. So a lot of things that go into a successful sheep-dog run, for sure. But Mike and Bella getting in some very nice work out there. Comes in for Mike and Bella at 67. 67 for Mike and Bella. Now Sally Campbell and Satie are heading out. They come from Virginia. They're sponsored by Charlie Hurt. They are looking up the hill at the set out crew. Once again, Sally and Satie.
No, I get it. I don't expect you to.
So each outrun can be really unique. Of course, you want a looping outrun. Sometimes if you leap too far out, that's not so great. A straight line sometimes allows the sheep to see you too soon, and that's not ideal. I'm not saying I know exactly what the perfect one is, but it's an important element here. The judge is looking for the right presentation.
Now working their way down the hillside here, fetch line, visible line between the white set out spot and the handler's post. Ideally through those panels. We have a handlers meeting where they look at the course. Sometimes you see them bring their dogs out to look at the course. We don't have a sheep meeting where the sheep get to understand what the course is. So for them, they're just going where they feel that pressure and where they think they're supposed to go. Talk a lot about the instinct of the border collie. And there's a sheep instinct as well. And they're often at cross purposes. Stepping away from the handler's post here. We do trust our handlers and our judges to know what is best. So stepping away and bringing the dogs down towards the exhaust. Sally Campbell and Satie out of Virginia. And the sheep in now to the tunes of Bob Dylan and Johnny Cash, Girl from the North Country. I'm not sure if Virginia counts as North Country. Maybe it does here in Kentucky. Either way, we've got girls from the North Country, South Country, West Country, all kinds of folks coming from all around. The Bluegrass Classic, which has been happening since 1960. That is remarkable. A few years missed here and there by definition, certainly, but that is a venerable tradition, and we are thrilled to have you here as a part of it. Looks like the weather is beginning to clear up a little bit. I don't want to have the announcers curse for weather, but I say it out loud. Sometimes Mother Nature has another idea. Well, the sheep conclave is growing over there in the exhaust area. Decide who will emerge as the top sheep. That means more sheep have cycled through and more sheep up above. Kelly Mernigan out of Michigan will be going out next with Tom. Kelly and Tom, Tom and Kelly. Sounds like a Hollywood couple right there. Out of the beautiful state of Michigan. Getting up to the top there, set out crew in a nice position. So once again, Kelly, Mernigan, and Tom will be next on to our open trial.
When you pause it.
Is that happening every time?
I think so.
Did I change something? It's the first time I've heard it.
No, it's been happening.
Has it?
Yeah.
How do you get rid of that? Or do you
I don't know.
do more damage trying to find out?
Yeah.
It's the sound of our lives.
Well, as I mentioned, all kinds of unique obstacles out there. It appears to be a fairly clear field, but you've got high grasses, you've got a tree or two, you've got certainly those strange gate things, and so sheep trying to know where they are expected to go, all at the same time having plans of their own. Sometimes a right through the panels. Sometimes a sheepdog trial run is what happens when you're busy making other plans. Right now, coming down that fetch line, keeping the heads up. Between handler whistles and train whistles. It's an active scene. many points possible on the outrun, up to 10 on the lift, and up to 20 again on this fetch. Our sheep looking a little soggy in their wool sweaters right now, but they've got spirit and energy. And their leggings, plenty of spring when necessary. A shout out to Mike and Henry Hollenbeck, Blue Bell Sheep Operation up near Billings, Montana. These are Targhee Rambouillet crosses. They spent their first year up in Montana. Getting them moving up towards that first set of panels. We talked about how going in a straight line is the ideal, but that's 2 dimensions. In 3 dimensions, rolling hills and dips and climbs, it's just harder to do. So giving instruction and encouragement. Stepping away from the handler's post there, you saw kind of a find at the OK Corral up there by that set of panels. Both sides, not wanting to give an inch. Sometimes that's just what you get. Again, you see some of the sheep getting a little more interested in the grass. Maybe that's because the rain has stopped and they can focus on all this lushness around them. Throughout the day, you'll have different behaviors. You'll have different draws. And all of our handlers know this. Where you are in the order sometimes is right where you want to be. Sometimes it's not. I couldn't tell you when the perfect time is, but I will say that these handlers and these dogs are up to the challenge. The sheep have minds of their own as well, both individual and collective.
Just retire.
And so Retire there by Kelly and Tom. It's good work. Let's have a round of applause for Kelly and Tom. All the way down from Michigan, for heaven's sakes. And now it looks like it's a portal. Sheep don't know if they want to go through the Stargate there. Now they're being brought back with the help of an extra dog. 2 on 3. We almost threw Vernon in to help sway in our direction. Heading towards the exhaust now. How sweet it is to be loved by you. And how much do we love this event, Bluegrass Classic, and how sweet it is to be here in wonderful, beautiful, lush Lexington, Kentucky. The people have been absolutely fantastic, welcoming and celebratory. 60 plus years of the Bluegrass Classic. Hard to believe that's possible. That much time's gone by. There was a couple of leaps for joy into the exhaust. The sheep, they got some pressure out there too, so they're happy to be done. They're gonna go tell some stories, and make up some stories, tell their friends how they've Well, now out of Georgia, ladies and gentlemen, this will be Cindy Carrington taking Brad out to the handler's post. Our setup crew gets things set up.
Should we take this thing down?
Do what?
It's too early to take it down.
I would just keep it, just in case.
In case.
Go on our luck.
This group heading down towards the French panels here. narrow is the way and straight. There's the path, straight's the way. Right through all three. Now come down on the fetch line. With up to 20 points overall. This is the dog's instinct at work. Go out and get the animals and bring them back. So this is the fetch. If your dog has the instinct, the herding instinct, then this is what they were literally born to do. Dogs at this class, of course, this is how you get to this class. But keeping them in a straight line, remember the free will of these sheep, always a factor. It's a little biblical today. Must have been the thunder and the lightning. Now back towards Cindy at the handler's post. If you're here on Wednesday or Thursday, you know that they went around the other direction. We made that change on purpose to give a little variety. So we brought around counterclockwise today and tomorrow, I believe. Taking that time to line them back up now for the first leg of the drive. Nice patience there to line them up and get them to pass through that first set of panels. For your information, imagine a line that passes through there on either side. If the sheep break that plane, then they consider not have completed that, then you don't worry about bringing them back around and putting them through. You just continue forward. Of course, these two did get them through. Now are on the cross drive, heading from right to left. this nice pitch pressure there, getting them through. Now, not allowing them to come back. And the sheep up in the exhaust area have spelled out the letters SOS. Try to get these three to come join, but nothing doing. Nice redirect, and down the hillside, here comes the last leg of the triangle. And into the shedding ring now, and as they come in, that allows Cindy to do the same. So working with 3 sheep, and to trail them back and forth until you can find the right time and place to shed one off and separate one from the other 2. And the dog has to hold that one long enough to show the judge that they have control. There's that hold. Now bringing this group back together to head towards the shed. The pen, excuse me. Might be a shed out on the range, but it's a pen here. All the time it runs it down, so much lining up so beautifully right there. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, but some great work out there. Let's give Cindy and Brad a round of applause. Nicely done, well done. Some great work here, a well-earned dip in the pool here. Cooling off. Day warms up just a little bit too. It's great work. So you might be wondering, what incentive is there to go into a 6-foot by 9-foot pen? The answer is none. There is no incentive. Same way you would not want to be herded into a blind alleyway in a big city. Same with these sheep. They are not interested in going to a dead end if they can help it. So it does take a lot to get them to go in there. They have to figure that all of their other options are depleted. So some great work there at the pen. Just not enough time on that particular run. But Cindy and Brad out of Georgia, well done. Vicky Russell in sweep will be up next, also out of Georgia.
What's the name again?
This will be Vicky Russell.
And sweet. Roger that.
We've got Georgia on our mind right now, to be sure. A couple of great handlers from the great state of Georgia holding our attention. Brad taking another little bath right now, a little cool off. I was going to get into that same one, Brad. You cover a little bit more ground than I have. Well done. So we step on the hill, our set-out crew doing what they do so well. This will be Vicky, Russell, and Sweep. Sponsored by Sandra Hill. So the lift accomplished, and now the fetch. By now you can see all of those variations of the terrain. It is a beautiful, beautiful venue, but it is complex, more so than you might think. Some of those sight lines, a little more challenging. Some of those dips and rises, a little more pronounced, especially when you're out on the field. Straight on through, continuing down the hillside. The fetch worth up to 20 points, overall total of 100. The best way to think about scoring in sheepdog trialing is starting with the full amount and having deductions taken along the way. So this is the drive, this is the fetch leading to the drive. And these three popping up over the hillside. Surprised to see the crowd and the tents. Smelling a little Mexican food is dripping over. And They know they're part of something big, they're just not sure what their part is right now, so being given their part. And now redirecting for the cross drive. More sunlight coming through our way right now. Beautiful view out there on the field. Through that second set of panels. Now, trying to position. Make that turn without drifting back through. Always an interest over there in the exhaust area. The sheep spelling out eat at Mayfield's taqueria. A little playful with us here today. But not yet, my friends. Come on down to the shade ring. And like Barnum and Bailey here stepping into the ring, we get to see a little bit of a dramatic action. We call this the Chev. Involves All 5 players. You see them careful to position themselves on either side of this group. Nicely done, and now a trip to the pen. That achieved in the time that's left. Let's see what can happen. We've seen pens happen in all time increments. We've even seen sheep that prefer the pen. That is against type. Oh, wow. Well, come on. Is it that easy? It can't be that easy, can it? Of course it's not. But nice positioning, putting them where they needed to be, giving them that sense of pressure. So you know what? We're just going to go in because you're making us do it. Nicely done. That's exciting. Vicky and Sweep. Great work together. Now the sheep wonder what everybody were cheering about. Was that for us? Did we do something? And yes, you did. You did it well. That's some fine teamwork, some smiles all around. Well, yeah, the question is, will Vicky get in one of those pools too? I don't know. They both worked hard out there. Deserving. Again, a reminder, that pen is so exciting for us. I know that. That's always true. It's 10 points overall of 100 potential points, but boy, it's a nice exclamation mark when you get it. Well, nicely done. Vicky is our 30th entrant on the day. We spent the last little bit touring around the south with our handlers and our dogs. We're going to head up into the upper Midwest here for the Great Lakes region next. Samantha Jones and Ness out of Wisconsin will be our next ones up.
Now that the rain has stopped, maybe we need to bring it down. Which one?
No, turn it down. It's just really loud. And through the dogs, you get a little weird.
Yeah, let's see which one it would be right here. Is that
Far right.
for
Is the speaker that's over
Yeah,
there?
to turn down everything.
okay.
Just kind of like.
Let's try that, and you tell me if that's. I'll look for it. And you say
Oh, wait.
if it's too low. I turned it down a bit, so if it's too low, let me know that too, because finding that sweet spot's always a challenge.
Especially when you're over here. Walk over there, back and forth. That's it.
Will you let me know? We'll
I will.
try
Thank
that
you.
and see what we do.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for letting me know.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
The score comes in for Vicky and Sweep, 85. 85. That is nicely done. I believe right now that's our high score on the day. Set out crew up above. We have the new set out vehicles by Toyota. Do our 7th inning stretch here of 2. Oh, they're turning off. Never mind. Never mind. We do want to do a shout out to our set out crew high on the hillside, far away from the crowds and the food. We withhold water from them all day just to keep them focused. You're doing a great job, and we want to say thank you. Samantha Jones and Ness out of Wisconsin up next, sponsored by Donna Orlowski.
Turned it down to I don't know, quite a bit, but I can't. Sometimes it's one person. I don't know. Bags make a difference in the resonance recording of the. Should I take them off? See? The rain bags.
Honestly, I would just leave them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're probably used to the sound, and that would actually be deafening.
Make them louder.
No, yeah, if we took them off, it would make them louder a little bit. But yeah, like now, our question is, if we don't get to, are we stopping at 65?
Yeah. They'll keep going until it's dark.
Yeah.
If we need to. Yeah. Otherwise, we're back tomorrow going longer. So.
Good point. 'Cause it's 2:10 right now. I think we could do it. Get done by like 5.
No.
You don't think so?
It'll be 8.
Really?
Yes. Because we're just halfway. No. Are we even halfway?
We're 31, so we're about to hit halfway.
We started at 6:30.
Continuing down the fence line here towards the Ambler's Post, that is the prescribed direction. Take them counterclockwise around Ambler's Post, setting them up for a right-hand drive. taking that time to realign them up after coming through and setting them up for that first leg. Nice work there, showing that patience, getting in position now, rushing to head them off here. This is what we've seen throughout the day. It's peer pressure, sheep style. And now into the shedding ring. Samantha stepping in, joined with her canine partner here. See what they can do to shed off or single out one of the three. Hold that single for enough time for the judge to know that the dog has control. Seeing that speed of getting around that circle, holding them in the shedding ring, where this has to happen in the shedding ring when it gets singled off or singled out. It can be held outside the ring, but cannot be shed outside the ring. It's Lord of the Rings right now. Now bringing them back around. So time to work at the pen. And the time does run out, but some fine work out there. Nicely done. Samantha and Ness, with a nice round of applause, well done. You see that tension at the pen. It's like UN negotiations. One wrong move, one wrong position, and everything goes back around and around again. But it does happen. We've seen it happen, and we saw some great opportunities right there at the end. Just a little more time. We assume we'd get it done, but 11 minutes is the time that we all have. Nicely done by Samantha and Ness. Next up will be Diane Davis and a win out of Mississippi. Diane and Wynn. Looks like Wynn has that coveted NIL sponsored by Domino's Pizza. It's a sponsorship I've been trying to get for years, so nicely done. All the way down from Mississippi, or up from Mississippi, I guess we'd say. Approaching the handler's post now, set out crew. Doing a great job, and we'll see what these two have in store for us. Outrun and lift accomplished. Now working down the fetch line. Something interesting about the venue, no matter where you stand, there's a different break of countryside out there. From where I sit, I can see rolling hills. Different draws coming in from different angles. So a challenging course here at Bluegrass. Deceptively so, it looks so serene and peaceful. But at each moment, the dog and handler negotiating all kinds of unique variations on the theme. Coming down the fetch line here towards Diana at the handler's post. Each member of this competition playing their part on the world stage. And all the men and women, dogs and sheep, merely players. As the great bard and shepherd Shakespeare once said. Our stage right here at Masterson Station Park. Stage it is. Verdant. Mid-spring night's dream. As the sheep come up over that small rise, realize they are in full sight of spectators. Photo up for our judge. They make their way around counterclockwise. Now lining them up for that first leg of the drive. So happy to have you here with us wherever you hail from. You are enjoying the Bluegrass Classic. It's been happening for 60 plus years. We're watching Diane win out on course. About to complete the first leg of the drive. Heading through that first set of panels, a quick redirect. And a cross drive. Some nice work out there on course. Well, the sunshine upon us now, a little blue sky in different corners of the area. That's a welcome sight. We know that means temperatures will rise as well, so it has always in life. Win one thing to lose another. Gain some ground and lose it in the next. Hopping into the tub there for a good and well-deserved cool-off win. Showing some fine work out there. Lynn and Diane. Fine team as our group of three make their way into the exhaust. Look up the hillside. Bales and Bell out of North Carolina. Stepping out onto the competition area. As set out, puts themselves in position. Patsy Cline sings a little bit about the challenges of sheepdog trialing.
It's only done.
Thank you. Nice outrun, a nice lift, and now moving this group into that invisible line that extends from that white sit-out spot all the way down to the handler's post. The fetch line. Gusts of wind and making their way through the grasses here. Beautiful conditions at Bluegrass Classic. You weather the storm and the sun finds you.
Ooh, that looks good.
Very limited.
The edge of this one, I might get this up there.
Right on through the slots. Folks up in that plane, they know something special is happening down below. They're not exactly sure what. See a lot of shapes moving around. If we were up there, we could see the shapes ourselves. Nice straight line is the goal. It's all geometry in a three-dimensional plane. Parabolas, straight lines, triangles.
Nicely done around the handler's post. Now setting them back up, pointing back up the hill. That first set of panels on the right. One of our great sponsors this year, the American Border Collie Association, dedicated to registering, maintaining, and verifying pedigrees of border collies to foster the breeding and training of this reliable working dog class. Reliable they are. We're sure seeing that here at this event. Working classes don't get enough credit, I say. We're seeing a nice demonstration of just how much work gets done, how much skill and know-how this breed has. When you come back on Sunday, you'll come back to larger herds being moved around, larger flocks. Flocks of 10 and 10. They brought together for a total of 20, all still by one single dog, and the pound-to-pound ratio will be exceedingly high. So we're seeing it done with 3 right now. You'll see it done with 20 if you come back on Sunday. Some of our sheep will be wearing collars, either blue collar or white collar sheep. We'll find out. Open, this is a 33.
This currently details.
Certainly you can hear the communication taking place back and forth between these partners. A lot of training, a lot of work to help them work so well together, but it's not just about that. Dogs have to have natural instinct to succeed at the highest levels and anticipate and push. Sometimes it's just a back and forth. If I'm going to try this, I think this is where we should be. Why don't you try that? Now into the ring successfully. Dean Bell, North Carolina team right now, and to accomplish that shed. Working to keep them in that ring. That shed has to happen inside that 40
yard diameter ring. Affectionately known as sheep henge in certain parts of the world. Speaking of the world, we are live streaming throughout the world. And the time does run down. Time keeps on ticking into the future. Nicely done, though, and a well-earned bath. A little cool off there. The cold water plunging has become a big thing with these border collies. It's popular with the humans, too. As cool as you know. Yeah, that just looks nice. We're going to put out some cold water plunge pools for our spectators here in a little while. We'll all just take a little dunk and come back up and enjoy the rest of our program. Great work out there. Some nice elements put together by Bales and Bell out of North Carolina. She very willingly head out to with a leap for joy as they find their way to the exhaust. Aptly named the exhaust. Exhausted and ready for companionship. These three surveying the field. Let's see where they will go next. Some tall grasses over there. Nice view of the competition area. Cheer on your friends. Make fun of your enemies. It's all possible in the exhaust area. Up on the hillside, looks like we've got the next group of sheep lining up. So Bruce Floyd and Patty out of Ohio, sponsored by Lisa Thorp. Looking forward to seeing what these two have in store for us today. The conditions quite nice, a light breeze, clouds receding, blue sky, still a nice temperature. Perfect day for a great run.
Maybe we get one of those blue lemonades.
He has this group moving now down the finish line, trying to bring them into that straight line from the set out spot. You can lead sheep to the fetch panels. Can't make them go through unless they are absolutely willing or get enough pressure from behind, which they do. Well done. Right down through the middle. Shorn of their wool, these sheep can look a little dainty, but do not make the mistake of thinking that they are not tough. Range. They're Targhee Rambouillet crosses. They spent their first year in the wilds of Montana. You can make it there, you can make it anywhere. So these are tough. Used to fighting off predators, used to grouping together to fend off any threat, so that's why you see that instinct of theirs to flock together. Safety in numbers and all that. Shout out to the Hollenbeck family and the Bluebell sheep operation here in Billings for sending them down our way. After competition, we'll send them back and they will actually be the breeding stock for it next year. It sounds like a good lifestyle. Time in Montana, time in Kentucky. Don't know if there's any better combination. Counterclockwise around the handler's post, and now getting them lined up. See where they want to go, but that is not the plan.
Try one of those donut things.
Yeah.
I inhaled nothing but cinnamon.
Okay.
Very good.
Some nice ripples of wind, and some sun and shade moving across the competition area right now. Just a lovely backdrop for the Bluegrass Classic. Spruce and Patty right now working together to redirect and send this group of three on the cross drive, right to left. Moving well. But they have also spotted their friends. So you see that burst of speed. Head them off or bring them back. Nice elements on the drive out there. Some nice work by Bruce and Patty. Sheep heading exactly to where they want to go to. You can see how fast they head to that exhaust. Except when the dog steps out, they're not sure if that's where they want to go all of a sudden, but once they know that the gate is open, and admission is free, let's see how fast they make their way in. Into the pool. Patty. Well, there's still food out there. There's wonderful Mexican food from Maple's Taqueria. Got lemonade and donuts. We do expect our barbecue folks to come back. I don't know when that will be, but that was good stuff today. Now looking out and up the hill, that's Alicia. Gonzalez stepping out with Sam. They come all the way from Oregon. Great state of Oregon. They're sponsored by Blake Call and Bennett Byum. They've come a long way to be here at the Bluegrass Classic, so we wish them all the best. Alicia and Sam getting ready to head out. On the clock. Once that outrun has begun, we've seen all types of success here today. Let's see what these two have in store for us. getting this group down at the fetch line as straight as possible. Some nice work out there by Alicia and Sam, a nice outrun. A gentle but good lift there. That fetch line. A challenge is worth 20 points. There's a reason why it's worth so much. Easier said than done. So 20 points, up to 20 points on that fetch, and that is no easy task. So sometimes putting together a string of good elements is really the goal. We know each of these dogs is very, very capable. Think of this a little bit like playing in the NBA All-Star game. You're all good, you're all great. Not everyone's going to go off with 35 points. Sometimes just getting into the game is the joy. But different dogs on different days can show you remarkable things. So most of these dogs have a chance to do this course twice for those very reasons. Sometimes the draw makes a difference, time of day, draw order, all those things. But good to see Alicia and Sam all the way from Oregon and doing some fine work out there. Nicely done. Sam's going to get in every pool along the way. It's hot out there all of a sudden. And now it'll be Dominic, Fabriio, and Mick out of New York. Dominic and Mick. Great state of New York. Stepping up to the coast now. Outrun complete. Lift behind you now. Focus on this fetch line. 450 yards. That is a lot.
chose door number 1. That's exactly what you want them to do, right down through in the middle. And Mick now working at this group back down the tap line towards the handler's post. Well, we're going to pick up a little wind, looks like. We've had that a few times already today. I guess. Before the day is out, we'll have every type of weather. Well, not every type of weather, but quite a few. But you learn in the ranching business to take whatever the weather is and make the most of it. In a dog trial, that is true as well. Breakaway right there. It's nice work getting it back. And then around the handler's post. Lining them back up. Some of that subtle variation on the terrain right there as they dip below the horizon line from my line of sight, now reappearing. Tight redirect and a nice tight turn back towards the panels over on the far left. Now this is where it gets tricky and has been all day long. The sheep pick up some speed. They know they're headed where they want to go. It's not asking much of them to go in that direction. As long as you're going in that direction, why not go through these panels? Two roads converge into yellow wood. That group took the road less traveled by. Stepping away from the post now and bringing this group down to where they want to be. Still wants to work this group, of course. The run might be done, but the job is not. We'll send out a little help crew here to bring this group in. See if the place where the panel is blown up, and I can see what looks to be a clear shot towards the rest of the flock. But yeah, there's only one way in. They're heading towards it now. Round of applause for Dominic and Mick out of New York. Some good work out there. A well-deserved cold water plunge.
We have 65 teams scheduled to go out today, so we're making our way through that list. Number 37, Blake Byum, out of Oklahoma. He's swapping out to the Handler's Post with Indy. They're sponsored by Amy Bale. Blake and Indy. You named the dog Indiana.
Do saw a nice lift up there on the hillside now, and ball in the fetch, trying to keep this group in as straight a line as possible. Our team from Oklahoma. Where the wind goes whipping down the plain. A little wind whipping down the plain too right now. The weather changes from moment to moment. And the corn is not as high as an elephant's eye here in Kentucky. This Oklahoma squad getting their job done, coming down the fetch line. Lots of tasty grass, and of course we're not herding corn, we're herding sheep. That's all that matters. Into a headwind right there, but now being turned nicely into counterclockwise, flipping around the Handler's Post.
now to the first leg of the drive. It is the task of our great judge, Eamon McCauley. Oh, and to friends as Curly, watching from his perch over here in this area. He knows what he's looking for. He's been doing this type of competition and this type of work from the very beginning, and certainly in competition since he was 11 years old in Northern Ireland. 12-time member of the Irish national team. So our judge brings that Irish sensibility. He suggested we put Guinness instead of water in the bathtubs. Politely declined. Maybe on the closing day. That is water there. Nice work through the panels and a nice quick redirect. Each judge is different, of course, but often judges like to see the sheet pass through and then quickly get turned in as tight of lines as possible. Sometimes the conditions allow for that, sometimes not so much, but showing that control, that measured control throughout the course is certainly a good sign. Once again, so seeing some nice work here and getting that burst of energy to tell the sheep they are not done, whatever they may see over that fence. Not for them, not yet. Indeed from around the world. If all goes well, they end up in the shedding ring, and that's where we're at right now. They will work together now to shed off a signal. Hold that signal long enough for the judge to signal approval. Back into that ring now. Trying once again. It's group of three wanting to stay together. The words of Billie Eilish. Sheep of a feather flock together. If I'm understanding those lyrics. heading towards the pen. Take advantage of whatever time is left here, 11 minutes at the start. The more you can take to the pen, the more your chances are. Of course, too much time in the pen can be a challenge as well. So let's see what these two have in store. That's it. Oh yeah. That's it. With time running down, nicely done. It looks easy sometimes when it happens that quick, but trust me, that's position. That is this team helping the sheep know who's in charge. So Blake and Indy with some fine work together. All the way from Oklahoma. Nicely done. Now a little help to get this groove back, but that is fantastic. That's some patient work. Some beautiful elements out on course. Nice team. This group of three wanting to go back into the shedding ring and try again, but not necessary. Done. It's checked off. Congratulations. Again, the pen is always exciting. It has to be. It's dramatic. It's the clock's running down. Just don't know if there's enough time until you either get in or you don't. But overall, it's only worth 10 out of a possible 100 points. You've got to keep that in mind. Each element is important to judge. Judge from beginning to end. 6 separate elements. Outrun worth 20. Lift worth 10. The fetch worth 20. The drive 30. The shed 10. And the 10 as well. Nice score coming in of 79. 79 for Blake and Indy. It's a good score on the day. Quickly over my sheet. I believe that's our third highest so far on the day, so nicely done. Brian White now and Nan, all the way from Oregon, another great team out of Oregon. Sponsored by Liz Helms. Stepping to the post. sheepdog trials, of course, go back quite a ways, 1860s, the first recorded trial competition. New Zealand, moving to Australia by the 1870s, England and the British Isles by the 1890s, I believe, and of course, here in America very early on in the last century. Shepherding has an even longer history. In almost every great text, you'll find an important character who was a shepherd. Lessons learned out in that world, applicable in many, many different ways. That patience, that persistence, you see that side eye right now, getting the job done with as much effort as is required, but not more than that. Economy can make a difference later on. Instagram moment for our judge right now as they line up. Now get re-lined up to head towards that first set of panels on the drive. Bluegrass Classic. Cross drive. Well, that was lined up just perfectly right through the panels. As though this group had practiced that before, but of course, that's good work. Brian and Dan to get lined up. Keep that pressure on. Now that redirect, point them back down and say, hey, got a few more things we'd like you to do before you get your government mandated smoke break. Keep their heads up, keep them going, keep them from grabbing some grass out of the hard order there. It's beautiful grass to feed on. Tried some myself, very tasty. Brian gets to move into that shedding ring. This is an opportunity to shed. Now we call it shedding or singling in the case of singling one out, separating it from the other two. some competitions you'll be working with more than 3. Sometimes you shut off 2, sometimes it depends on the configuration. Here we're going to shut off 1, could be the leading one, could be the trailing one. As long as that one is shut off and held, then the judge will see what they didn't see. Shedding ring judge is looking to see that it's a true partnership. We want all the work to be done by just one team. So you see each positioning themselves on either side of the route. Working together to accomplish this important task. There we go, nice work. So holding that one. Now they'll look to join the others. Brian will head over to the pen to see what can be done with the time that remains. We've seen some great work here. Let's see what we got. And that's how you do it right there. Nicely done. You saw that patience, you saw that pressure, and that positioning, putting yourself in the right place, giving the right signals to the sheep, letting them know that they should go into this dead-end alley in a part of town they'd never been in before. That's not easy to do, so nicely done. Congratulations. Brian and Nan, let's have a round of applause for these two. Great work out there. Nan getting some love right now. Cool off as well. All the way from Oregon, we've got a few coming from far out in the west. A good number of our competitors will move on to head out west for the next big trial at Soldier Hollow in Midway, Utah, up about just shy of 6,000 feet. Wasatch Mountains, where there's still a lot of snow. Not on the sheepdog trial run, just up in the mountains above. It's a beautiful, beautiful backdrop, just as it is here. Rose Anderson now, and Deiri, all the way down from Michigan. Sponsored by Cynthia Aldridge. Rose and Deiri will be next out. See our setup crew. Still have some work to do up top, so got a few minutes to go. And the score comes in for Brian and Nan, 79. 79. Once again, that is tied for the third highest score so far on the day. Scores today and scores tomorrow will determine top 7. And then the next top 7 combined overall will also advance to the finals on Sunday. Little Allison Krause for you right now. I'll fly away. See a young boy and a puppy, perhaps, or a very small poodle. Can't quite see from this angle. The winds keep up. He'll fly away. Enjoy the day. It is a beautiful one. Looks like we are set up top. The Rose of Deiri.
This back too.
Somebody put it down. I would, but you know, I'm so busy.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Gotta preserve my voice, so I'll take it right out.
Yeah.
Yeah, run accomplished, the lift accomplished. Now here we go on the fetch line, the invisible line from Dwight set out to the handler's post, back where Rose is standing. All the way here from Michigan. Michigan, the same storm that we went through today, earlier today.
Well, we can do it. You want to move it back?
We'll make do.
Much like the F-16s that fly over the Super Bowl, we want to thank Delta and American for sending their planes over the sheepdog trial area. Took a lot of negotiation with the FFA, but FAA, excuse me. The FAA was involved earlier down here on the field. celebrating the majesty of sheepdog China. Speaking of which, coming up into view now after the fetch line, these three sheep. We're sure that the audience is for them, and the way it is. It's for all of them. And directed. Look at the judge, see if he gives them a thumbs up. Nice and tight, circle around the Hamlin's post. Chance to redirect and start that first leg of the drive. Rose and Deiri making their way up on the first leg of the triangle. What we call the drive, single most valuable element. Through the first set of panels, just as you hope. And that pressure to keep them from passing back through. Start that right to left cross drive. If you've wandered in, or if this was your plan all along, or if you've driven far to get here, and you'd like a little more information about the Bluegrass Classic, we do have some programs available, what we call the White House over here near the scoring area. It tells you a little bit more about the sport, shares some of the insights, gives you a scorecard. We hope to have them out during the storm, but there's a reason not to have them out during the storm. But if you'd like to come over and grab one, we've got some for you. They'll learn a lot about this remarkable competition from this year and years past. You'll have a schematic of how the course works, points, and how they're awarded. It's a nice commemorative thing for your time here, so feel free to grab it if you like one. All right, through that set of panels, now trying to redirect. Again, that fun, difficult part of our course today as the sheep are up on a hill. It's almost sitting on a hill up there. So bucolic, all the sheep want to be there. These three, they've got some work to do first, so bringing them down patiently and persistently. here comes Rose to meet up with Deiri and to see what can be done. Shed. Straightforward concept, and it is a skill that is used daily out on the ranch, out on the range, separating members of a flock or a herd, sometimes just driving one, or work to be done, perhaps inoculation or first aid. Sometimes they're simply separating a larger herd into smaller groups, but that is accomplished, nicely done, and now a run here, 58-meter dash up here to the head. It's an uphill run. Here we go. Nicely done. Smile on both their faces, I would say. That is what we call a pen. It's an exclamation mark on a fine run. And it's everyone's dream to open the door to their house and have everybody walk right in for the party. This doesn't always happen, so nicely done. It's great work by Rose and Deiri out of Michigan. Oh, and Deiri with a well-deserved cold water plunge. Next comes the sauna and then the manicure, I believe. Worked hard out there, hit every pool along the way. That is fantastic. Folks, we're so happy to have you here with us. 2025 Bluegrass Classic. It's been a staple in this area for over 60 years. And, that is a remarkable run. And it continues here in Lexington, Kentucky. You will see over the course of 5 days of competition some of the best from around the country, indeed some of the best from around the world, competing right here in the lush green grasses of Lexington. Robin French now with Jock, both out of Colorado, sponsored by Sally Glee. Robin and Jock approaching the handler's post.
Thinking about undoing this. What do you think? Is that terrible?
Nah, I think you're good. You might have to take a knife to it.
What's that?
Might have to take a knife to it.
Not for my knots. For yours, yes. For mine, no. line work. Weird, loose but not tight, but somewhat tight, not that loose. Experiments. Held well and easy to take out. See what the judges say, but I think monsters score high today.
Bringing them down the hillside. Three sheep. By now they've had a few runs. They get cycled back through, some over on the novice side, some over here. Statement. Sheep on the open side stay on the open side. The novice sheep stay on the novice side. But sheep might run once a day. Usually that's the case. So this might not be their first time through. In fact, most likely is not. Now coming towards the handler's post. These are Targhee Rambouillets from the area around Billings, Montana. They're yearlings. Spent a year fending for themselves as flocks against predators, high altitude, and all the fun weather that Montana can experience as well. So this, in some ways, is paradise for them. Certainly the green grass is paradise. They did not know they'd be on camera. That makes all the little noise. There's that wonderful side profile of Border Collie at work. You'll notice no barking. It's not how these dogs get this work done. It's through positioning, through an intense Border Collie eye. Same way my wife gets me to mow the lawn. Steady pressure. At me out of the corner of her eye. Persistence. grows bigger over there, the draw becomes even more intense. Now redirecting down for that last leg of the triangle. All their friends up there in the exhaust. We're trying to get these three to go do their hearing and vision tests in the cafeteria. You're herding young sheep here. Just want to be with their friends. Not that different than kindergartners in the human world. Now into the shedding ring. Here we go. A meeting. Robin and Jock here will do the work together. That is accomplished, and now up the hill to the pen. Bring the sheep up there with some steady pressure and use that time that's left to see what we can do at the pen. You can see the sheep stamping their feet, stamping their legs. They're not so excited about the idea. And the time runs down, but a nice place to be, holding that rope at the pen with the gate open. Some great work out there. Jock getting a well-deserved little break, a little dip in the pool, checking out his admirers. Why not? There's plenty here. Nicely done. Let's hear it for Robin and Jock out of Colorado. As I mentioned, we've got a number of folks coming from the west to here into Kentucky. We've had Oregon and Colorado. More besides. These are all places where this art and this work is performed and done. That's important to keep in mind. Where the tradition is alive. Next week, major trial will happen in Utah, another place where this tradition is alive as well. A lot of the same handlers will find their way out there. So go west, young dog, go west. But not yet. Tom Wilson and Mick. Now stepping up to the handler's poster, sponsored by Matt Watson. Got beautiful conditions. Beautiful. Yeah.
done.
We're from North Carolina.
Really? Is that what it says? They've got you down as Colorado. You have to move now. We got you. Some mistakes. So, Robin was actually from North Carolina, and Tom is from Virginia. Alice is right. So Tom. Looks like it's right on the other sheet, so I'll just double check a little bit here. Right on through. Break on through to the other side as the doors taught us. Right through those open doors, the gate. Continuing that straight line fetch back down through. My mistake, by the way, Tom Wilson out of Virginia. Got a little typo right there. I'd like to get that right. It was Robin out of North Carolina. But it's a national sport, so, you know. They live one place and compete all over the place. Maybe that's our challenge. This is Tom out of Virginia, working with Mert down the fetch line now. Next one's fine. NCMDOH. You can see that final climb up to the handler's post is not only a climb, but it's an angled one at that. So trying to keep this group on a straight line, easier said than done. Here on Wednesday and Thursday, we saw them go around the Hamler's post clockwise, but today and tomorrow we counterclockwise as we are sending them out on a working hand drive. Small variations, but staying important.
do it on both sides. So we're going to roll this group of sheep up that hill for the first leg of the drive. This is our Virginia team. All right, stepping away from the handler's post there, you see this group of sheep resisting in a number of locations, and sometimes you step away and preserve the good things you've seen out there. And there were some great elements there. Tom and Mert out of Virginia. And a reminder, Robin and Jock out of North Carolina. I apologize for the mistake. It's written down wrong. Like the anchor man, I read whatever is right in front of me, so those are my worst mistakes. I'll be happy, but we do like to get it right. So if you hear me say it wrong, let me know. Robin and Jock out of North Carolina, Tom and Mert out of Virginia. Next will be Alice and Sprite out of Colorado. Alice Baker, Mutant, and Sprite. Another Colorado contestant here, a lot from Rocky Mountain High. Being brought right here to Kentucky. She was born in the summer of her 27th year. Coming home to a place she'd never been before. Our set-out crew taking time needed to put them right on the dime up there. That dime is probably much bigger than a dime, but you can see it in the grass. They'll put them as close as they can to that white set-out spot. And here comes Alice and Sprite. Nice out front up to the top there, 450 yards from the handler's post to that set out spot. Dogs covering more ground, of course, on that looping out run. Yeah, run worth up to 20. That lift that you saw when the sheep are stationary and that first meeting between dog and sheep is worth only 10 points, but it can set the stage for the rest of the run. That introduction, you want it to be confident, without necessarily being forceful. It's a little bit like seeing somebody you're interested in at a party and having to entertain all the roommates until they finally trust you. Now they look back and see what they missed. And if that happens, you just redirect and get back on the fetch line. Shadows moving across the event. Some blue sky and some sunshine. Well received after a turbulent morning. But if you weren't here this morning, I'll let you know we only stopped when there was lightning. Otherwise, this competition is an all-weather sport. Quick Instagram stop there for the judge. Sheep have quite a presence on social media if you know where to look. To them, this is about them here. If you've never visited Sheep Chat, it is an active site. As is U-Book. Absolutely beautiful backdrop right now. So we work on the first leg of the drive. Redirecting on the cross drive. Nice work up there. Continue this journey. Right to left. Heading into what has become known as the danger zone here today. Sheep become very aware of all their friends up on the hillside, looking very relaxed and under zero stress. I want to go to there. stepping away from the handler's post there. Bringing in to that run by Alice, Baker, Mutant, and Sprite out of Colorado. Some very fine elements up there, a lot to be proud of. Doing the Rocky Mountain State honor. It's springtime in Kentucky, it's springtime in the Rockies as well. It just looks a little different over there still, as greening up is still taking place. Beautiful Kentucky bluegrass here. We're in bluegrass country, by the way.
He's a
Thanks. Well, look at those clouds, just nice and lazy overhead, making those wonderful shadows as they undulate across the field. Little bursts of wind, waving the grass as well. I don't know where else I'd rather be than right here with you. We're so glad you're here with us, wherever you come in from, for whatever purposes. We're happy you're here. You are at the Bluegrass Classic at Masterson Station Park, right here in beautiful Lexington, Kentucky. This is day number 3 of a 5-day competition, and this is Maggie Chambers and Ever out of Pennsylvania, sponsored by Carolyn West, about ready to set off on their Odyssey Bluegrass Classic. Bringing them back onto that fence line. This is Maggie and Ever out of Pennsylvania. moving towards the handler's post here. Again, always aware of those draws, other places they would like to be, the directions they'd like to go. That's just the nature of sheep here. Bringing them back patiently and persistently. Part of that skill and that instinct that the border collie has in spades. We're often asked if it's an open, does that mean any breed could run? Technically, yes, but we find the border collie to just be so superior in that you just don't get many other takers. We do have occasional Australian Kelpies that have shown great prowess in similar ways, but by and by, it's the border collie. We did have one year where we tried a bulldog competition, but they have flat faces for trying to herd parked cars, so that didn't work out. Dogs out there, not so concerned with appearance and some of the things that are valued by other associations as their ability to work and to do it well. Getting this group moving now on that first leg of the drive. All of a sudden, they seem to know what's expected. But of course, they're getting pressure to do exactly that. There's that redirect, changing that position. Some nice elements out there by Maggie and Ever. Well done. Sometimes walking that line, well, that's tough. As the great Johnny Cash taught us years ago. Ideally, the judge, of course, has straight lines. And an ideal in his head, kind of the platonic ideal. But in real life and in real terrain and real moments, sometimes you just do the best you can do. It's a great work out there by Maggie and Ever. We'll get to see them again. Remember, the top 7 advance out of Open Class 1, Open Class 2. And most dogs will have the chance to go twice, so a chance to advance again. Although this is Open Class 2. Top 7 from the first 2 days, top 7 from the next 2 days, that's today and tomorrow, and then we take the next top 7 combined scores. So never say never. If the dog and the handler put together a good run, not good enough to advance in the top 7, that does not mean that their chances of advancing are gone. Just means it just means the pressure a little bit to see if they made the cut. It's kind of like watching the NFL draft. Sometimes you have to wait until the 5th round to be chosen. And if you're chosen, you're chosen. Shador. For sure, I mean. Well, a little wind, nice and steady here, a little stronger than we've had. But looking back behind us, looks like the clouds are still peaceful. Jeffrey Seeger and Reese will be taking the competition ground next, all the way from Wisconsin, sponsored by the New Berlin Animal Hospital.
Did you get the sheep in? They're taking them up instead of down. I thought I didn't think I saw them coming. Maybe they came in faster than I advertised.
Well, Jeffrey will be at number 44 on the day. We've got 65, so we're just about 21 more to go here. Jeffrey out of Wisconsin. Yeah, thank you. Now walking out to the handler's post, Jeffrey Seeger and Reese. That's the lift. That initial introduction is worth up to 10 points. In a way, you're saying, hey, baby, need a lift? And if they say yes, and you're confident, here they go, starting that trip down the fetch line. Up to 10 points. I should emphasize that. The ideal of anything is ideal. The judge takes deductions as he sees fit. And to be consistent across the field, of a very large field. Through the gates, that's what you hope for right there. Taking that time. Remember, you got that invisible line through the panels. They break that plane, you don't want them to come back around, but you can stop them and redirect, which was just done quite well. Put them back on that line and bring them back towards the handler's post. Targhee Rambouillet cross. Tough mountain sheep from up in the Billings, Montana area. A tough town up there for sheep. Actually, they're fantastic, fantastic. Coming from Mike and Henry Hollenbeck and families, Bluebell sheep. As we mentioned before, the lambs will be worked at the Classic this year. They've returned home for next year's breeding stock, so they've got plans. Eat, drink, and be merry. Line them back up on that first leg of the drive. We've mentioned a few times today that this is against the instinct of these remarkable border collies to take that flock and move it away. It's exactly what you don't want to do, but these dogs with that skill and aren't stepping away from the handler's post, just seeing that we're about to head in the wrong direction. Nice move. Sometimes you'll see that the handler says, you know what, I like what I've seen to this point. I'm going to keep the positivity here and we're going to build on that. These are all champion dogs. These are all remarkable dogs, and being able to compete at the Bluegrass Classic is kind of like being in the NFL Super Bowl. Still, it's part of the development. You want to see your canine partner have a positive experience that you can build on. So nicely done, Jeffrey and Reese. Now we're going to turn back to Pennsylvania. This will be Mary Klimek and Kit out of Pennsylvania. They're sponsored by Pamela Wataha. We're going to have another strong Pennsylvanian team here. Let's see what Mary and Kit can do as they look up on the hillside. Such a beautiful sight line. Our set-out crew is really, really doing a phenomenal job. We hope they know that. We'll certainly tell them that. Probably too busy to hear. Mary and Kit. What's your last one? 65, yes, Susan here. Yes.
extra stuff itself.
No, knowing that we're at 45 and we got 65, that's only probably 2 hours. So that only makes me pretty late to that thing. So that's my logic.
Like that lot.
Is it flawed? Nope. Taco truck. It's gone. Or not taco truck.
Nicely done through the fetch panels there. A nice outrun and fine lift. You can see the heads high here. If you hear the handlers talk at all or use the word heavy, that's an interesting word you'll find in these competitions. When they sheep get heavy, it means they tend to not want it to move. Now, we're not seeing that right now. We're seeing great movement. But we're always looking to see when that moment comes, when sometimes it's just that afternoon lull, and so keeping the pressure on. Sometimes you have to increase that pressure a little bit. You can work with heavy sheep, it's just you gotta apply more pressure. That's just how that works. So nicely done right now. Very good. Working this group very, very well. Keeping their heads up, keeping them moving, keeping light. But it's something to watch for as the day wears on a little bit here as the sheep get tired. Sometimes you hear that word tossed around. Right now, they look like this group is willing to be moved. They're being moved. Coming around the handler's post now, that counterclockwise direction. Subscribe. See how low these collies can get into the grass. They're not large dogs on average, 30 or 40 pounds, probably about average. Think about all of the sheep that they're pushing around. That's a lot of pounds being pushed around by a relatively smaller dog, but that pressure, that border collie eye goes a long way. You come back on Sunday and see groups of 20 being moved by one small border collie. We'll say medium-sized. You'll be even more amazed. Way to the danger zone over here. They're lined up, go right through. That's what you want now. Gotta get their attention and bring them back. It's Goose and Maverick working right now. Working together. yards in diameter. Pi r in circumference, and pi r squared in area. All of that matters, believe it or not. Got to keep them inside the circle, so inside the circumference. Just that area to work with to accomplish the shed. Towards the pen, take advantage of the time that is left here. Nice shed. See, Mary keeping her eye on the sheep. Taking a moment here to refresh and get ready for that last push. Job here. Oh, so close, so close. Some nice opportunities there. And some great work by Mary and Kit. Let's give a round of applause to these two. And Kit enjoying the deep waters right there, working hard. And the sun's come out, temperatures have risen a little bit. Covered some ground out there, but some love and affection. This is a partnership after all. They work together, and they have some fine elements out there. Just about have that pen. A little more time, perhaps. But time is an interesting thing in the sheepdog trial. As we mentioned, having too much time with the pen can be a challenge as much as not having enough. So that sweet spot. But Kit looking very, very happy right now. And should be as well. Mary and Kit. Our next up will be Judy Dennard out of North Carolina. She'll take Deiri out. The clouds making their way over again, but not so threatening as they were before. In fact, that might cool us off just a little bit, which is a welcome thing. You never know. Perfect combination of elements are. You take what you get and you make the most of it. Jeannie Dennard and Gary walking through the gate. A chance now to look up field of competition and see our set-up crew all set to go. So good luck to Jeannie and Gary in North Carolina.
67.
Score comes in at 67, 67 for Marion Kidd. So a nice outrun up there, a nice lift. That lift should not look like a billiard game. A nice gentle blow. My name is Gary, and I will be your shepherd today. I'll be your sheepdog. Keeping the heads up, keeping them moving, that's the next task. That's part of the fetch. It's an important element of this competition. Keeping them moving and challenged as the day wears on. So more pressure required, more pressure, the more possibility of things not going the way you want them to, but you want to keep those sheep moving. So pressure it is.
Oh, I didn't see that. What's over here? That's probably.
sheepdogs at this competition are usually average between 3 and 9 years old. We certainly have had younger, we've had older as well. Those are generally the most productive years, depending on when they got going and how quickly they achieved their prowess. Sometimes you'll get a good number of high-level sheepdog trial, good number of years. That's probably the zone for sweet spot, if you will. And of course, as the dog gets older, they sometimes use different skills. That's true for all of us, for that matter. So sometimes enthusiasm and energy make way for wisdom and persistence and consistency. That first set of gates as you hope to see, and now quick redirect and point them where they need to go next. They don't necessarily have the game plan. They don't have it written on their palm. They don't got a cheat sheet or a piece of paper in their back pocket. Sheep do not know what they need to do, or at least it's not intuitive. So when you see them following the game plan, that's because of the sheepdog and the handler. Think of it a little bit like having a blindfold and having a friend give you directions on how to draw the Mona Lisa. Which, of course, if you look at the course from above, it actually takes the shape of the Mona Lisa. Only the hawks know that. Cross drive, yeah, closing parts of that. Different competitions will find the exhaust area located in different places. But wherever the exhaust is, and that's the term we use for where the exhausted sheep go, that will always be a draw, a place of interest for the sheep out on the field. Stepping into the shedding circle known as sheep henge. The magic will happen here. The shed, simple in concept, a challenge in execution sometimes. Trying to simply separate one from the other two and hold that one long enough for the judge to signal his approval. Sometimes that seems pretty easy, sometimes it doesn't. Depends on how closely the three want to stay together and how willing they are to hold their positions here. So you'll see this dance between handler and dog, trailing them back and forth, looking for that chink in the armor, that weakness, that moment. magic moment. That hold becomes important. So bringing these sheep back into the ring, trying it again. And you can see they are not wild about the prospect. Some nice work out there by Jeannie and Gary. North Carolina, some good partnership. The sheep know exactly where they want to be now, and that's where they go, into the exhaust. But well done. Bouncing around the country here with our participants. Let's head to one of our neighboring states. This will be Carla King taking out Jill. They come from Maryland. One of my favorite places, Maryland. Like set out crew, still moving a few things into place.
Well,
After a very, very fine outrun up there, just not able to get that lift at that moment. Sometimes that's just how it is, and sometimes, again, you're adding element to element here, and sheep just not wanting to come down the hillside. And why would they want to? They've got friends up above, plenty of grass, far away from distraction. So just not quite able to make that lift on the day, but some nice running, covering some good ground. Carla and Jill. We talked about how this is an open event. I see a corgi over here right now named Tater Salad. Tater Salad, the corgi, wants to do the next run. Not sure if we're that open, but Tater Salad having some fun checking out the competition over here in the Handlers area. I would love to see a corgi herding event. Probably have to have them herd something a little smaller though. Baby sheep. Working this group down right now gives us a chance to put on a little Waylon Jennings and Willie Nelson for you right now. Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be shepherds. That was the original version, by the way. Changed it at the last minute. Darn recording studio, always getting involved in the final decisions. I've made a deal to trade places with the rider out there tomorrow. They're going to announce, and I'm going to do the riding. It'll be fun both directions. Beautiful sight out there. Once again, a shout out to Carla and Jill with some fine elements. And I know some days go the way you want, some days don't, but being here at Bluegrass Classic, that's a big deal by definition, so well done. So we had 2 days prior to today that determined the top 7 in those 2 days. We'll be advancing for Sunday's final. The top 7 from today and tomorrow together will also advance. And then we take the next 7 combined scores, have a field of 21 back here on Sunday. Now Sunday is a whole different experience, not 3 sheep being moved around, but 20. 2 groups of 10, 2 outruns, 2 lifts, 2 fetches, international shed, and for some of those sheep will be wearing collars. And only the 5 with collars are put into the pen, so a lot of work for the handlers and the dogs to accomplish in the shedding ring. A whole lot of fun. The clock does go up because there's more work to do, but trust me, it stays nice and dramatic all the way through. Getting a pen on Sunday, for whatever reason, is even more special. A lot of fun to share it with. So come back and join us on Sunday if you can. What a way to spend part of your Sunday right here at the Bluegrass Classic. Beth Kerber now out of Ohio. She's taking Frost out to the handler's post.
Shot Sly or Frost?
I have Frost. Who do you have?
So are you on 47 or 48?
We're 48. The last
Yeah.
one was 47.
Say that again.
I think we're on 48. Carla and Jill had a. So this is 48 now. This
Gotcha.
is Beth.
I did not know about that.
That snuck up on us. Actually, it happened faster. She never came all the way down. That's probably why.
Gotcha. onto that slide.
Tripod piece.
I mean, I'll take it, but
I think that's the linchpin for something over here. Yes.
hey, I mean, those are pretty awesome to have. They're at a wider level.
There's that lift. Get those heads up, getting them moving. So Frost working to bring this group down that imaginary fetch line, which is run straight from the white set out spot down to that at the handler's post. Each little variation in terrain out there, of course, contributes to the challenge of this beautiful course, but certainly challenging, and a lot of champions come across into the books dealing with this exact same terrain, so a lot of previous experience. That experience adds up over the years. A lot of up-and-coming talent, both human and canine. It's exactly what you hope for. Keeping them moving, keeping those heads up. Again, watch the sheep. Don't worry so much about the back and forth of the dog. That is expected, and that's part of their skill. Watch the sheep and see what line they trace. That's what the judge is watching. Nice view from right here. Come down the last parts of that fetch line. Chargy Rambalay crosses from the Billings, Montana area, run all the way to Kentucky. Sheep have traveled better than some of my friends. enjoys that border collie eye, the tongue as well. Counterclockwise around the back of the handler's post brings a conclusion to the fetch and start to the drive, 3 parts, 3 sides of the triangle. We struggled a little bit with our circumference this morning on our map, but we do know the length of the triangle is A plus B plus C. So working on that A right now. Each leg of this triangle about 150 yards. And thus begins the cross drive here, right to left. And we have seen this. It's a tricky area here. The sheep happy to go that direction. There's a lot of draw over there. But our handlers and our dogs looking to line them up and send them through the gates. As long as you're going that way, you might as well pass through. Just like that, that's how it's done. Now a quick redirect, some nice speed and a nice circle, positioning themselves. Frost. And turning this group back down towards the shedding ring. Bringing them now on another straight line into the shedding ring, and now we'll see some movement. Beth will step out here momentarily to join once they are through, and they are through, so now we have a chance to see the shed.
She's not sure.
Yeah, everything's up.
nice work out there before it did. 11 minutes. Not as much time as you think. A lot of distance to cover, but it's great work. That's Kerber and Frost out of Ohio, and sponsored by one of our favorites, Kay Stevens.
Is Michael 49?
Yeah, stuff.
Put it on the screens and then I'm gonna run this one. And it's on a wide angle, so
Should be good. Next up will be Michael Stump and Hank from neighboring Tennessee. Conditions here at Bluegrass. It's calling back. Well, Michael and Hank. Hank coming back. It's a long distance up there. A lot of eyes watching. A great partnership, clearly a lot of love between these two. We find that to be true for our teams here. They work so hard together. And a shout out once again to Michael and Hank from Tennessee. Beautiful, beautiful dog there, Hank. Little James Taylor for you right now, singing My Blue Heaven. Maybe my green heaven here today in Kentucky. Not as much blue as we had a little earlier, but Oh, the conditions are nice. Temperature's good. Not too bad, not too hot, not too cool. And we've had some tremendous performances out there. Each team hoping to make some magic happen, and some days it happens, and some days it doesn't. That's okay. Those stakes aren't so big out in the, well, I shouldn't say that. Out in the, on the range, the stakes can be mighty big, but doing it in front of peers, doing it in front of other handlers, even other dogs, sometimes that's a pressure that's hard to put into true relief here. So having an audience, that's not something you normally have out on the range. So congratulations to each and every one of our teams here. Tamara Fanter now taking the field, along with Scott. They come from Illinois, which is one of the states that borders Kentucky. 7 states border this state. That's remarkable. Kentucky, a crossroads, if you will. A lot of good people going a lot of different directions. Glad you're here with us at the 2025 Bluegrass Classic. You're going to see Tamara and Scott.
Yeah, he was tired.
Okay, thanks. There's that lift at the beginning of the fetch. Again, we talked a little bit about sheep, just like people. I mean, late afternoon, they get a little heavy, and sometimes it takes a little bit more pressure, more persistence to get them up and going. That's not unexpected. The question is how much pressure. Our judge is well aware of how that works. Working down towards the panels there in the middle, that is a set of fetch panels, if you will. passing them through that set of panels here, and now keeping this group on the move. Not necessarily on the run, that's not necessarily what you want, but maybe on the jog here, keeping their heads up, keeping them from heading back down to those sweet, sweet Kentucky grasses. Bring them back along that fence line. Sheep are a little bit like hobbits. They have moved well beyond the 3 meals a day situation, and they have got all kinds of names for all kinds of meals if they can do it. Remember, they spent the first year of their lives up in the high country in Montana with not a whole lot of greenery. At least not year-round. So to find yourself here in Kentucky, in the bluegrass, oh baby, that's some good times. Here they come up that hill. Suddenly realizing they are being watched from all sides. How will they respond to their fame? We will find out here. Counterclockwise. Now being set up for the first leg of the drive. Once again, a reminder, if you would like some descriptions of course, list of names, a little bit of history, a nice brochure. You can come find that at the White House. We've got some of those for you. Give you some of the distances as well. You're back with us tomorrow and hopefully on Sunday as well. A whole wealth of information, including our phenomenal sponsors. Each team has a sponsor as well, not just the ones for the whole event, but individual sponsors. I thank each and every one of them. It's become a very important part of our event. After that redirect, point them over to the left. This is the cross drive here, trying to move them towards that set of panels over there to the left. And the time runs down, as it always does. Time waits for no dog. Time waits for no woman. Time waits for no man. But some great elements out there on course. And a shout out to Tamara and Scott out of Illinois. Let's hear it for these two. Some great work out there, nicely done. Gives me just a moment here to tell you about our sponsors, and they are numerous. We're absolutely thrilled to have Purina Pro Plan as part of our event. You see their name and their logo out there on the pen. And a planter box, which is awfully nice. Goodness. Makes me want to go into that pen. We have class and trophy sponsors, Susan and Ed Rayburn, the Ashcroft Group, American Border Collie Association, United States Border Collie Association, Call of the Wild School for Dogs, the individual sponsors, Cheat Lake Animal Hospital in memoriam of Dan, American Border Collie Association, as I mentioned, the Snap family, a part of things. You see the nice picture of them in our brochure, our program. The Valley family, that's Becky and James, Samantha and Ross, with twin additions, Elizabeth and Roxanne. Later on, we'll be giving out some individual awards. Most Promising Handler, sponsored by Lee. Kentucky Border Collie Association. Patricia and Alice from McCrae stepping up to be the Amateur Nature Handler Award. Bobby and Bob Washer in honor of Bree, doing the highest place in Kentucky handler. Top End Award, Kentucky Border Collie Association. Score comes in at 33. Tamara and Scott now heading out to the handler's post. Heather Nadelman and Coyne, all the way from New Jersey. Fantastic. Heather and Coyne. Nice lift there, keeping this group of three heads up and moving forward. gates, straight on through. So Heather and Coyne working together here, bringing them down that fetch line towards the handler's post.
Oh, what number are we again?
This is 51.
The video went black for whatever reason. I have no idea why.
You didn't get unplugged?
Not that I know.
Audio
I just
still-
unplugged it, plugged it back in.
Oh, no, we're now.
Yeah.
And Heather and Coyne with some nice elements out there on the course. Coyne getting a chance to do a little cool down right now. Another pin in our American map here from New Jersey. Some fine work there by Heather and Coyne. A good partnership, clearly. Happy to have them down from Jersey. Well, we're into the later afternoon now, and of course, this is the time, not just for animals, but for humans sometimes. We want to kick back, but there are some talented handlers, some talented dogs, and some sheep that need moving, so we are looking forward now to Kelsey Lawson. Kelsey Lawson out of North Carolina, sponsored by Melba Gustafson. She'll walk out there with Flint. Right about now, we all get a peaceful, easy feeling. The Eagles for you in the late afternoon. Got a good feeling about this next one. Kelsey and Flint out of North Carolina. Beautiful conditions. A beautiful field here at the Bluegrass Classic. Started the day with a little tempest. Ending up nice and peaceful here. Some great work to be done, though. Let's see what we've got. fetch line.
That's how I feel right now. Not a good thing.
Get a nice sense of this course as you look and see the hills. You get some flats all of a sudden, then climb back up to the handler's post. Changes every few feet.
I could be wrong, but it just went out.
I think that's the, it's actually the ice cream guys.
Of course it is.
That might be ours.
Yeah, the little one.
It's ours.
Okay.
It's your flight.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that go whoop, and I go, we're gonna lose everything.
Nice Instagram moment here as you pass between the post and the judge. Now get lined up for that next element. An all-important drive. Again, moving against instinct, pushing the animals away from the handlers. That is not instinctual for the border collie, so it's got to be taught. Pushing them through that panel. That's the goal, and that is achieved. Now heading right to left on the cross drive. Now the challenge is to get them to go through those gates. Head them off quickly as they see their friends over there under the tree.
That's okay. I love it.
check it out. Look to the right here, but work is not done, so we'll continue. Kelsey and Flint working to bring this group back. Can't play with your friends till the chores are done. Into the shedding ring now, a chance to accomplish that shed. Important element in ranch life, the work that happens out on working ranches, out on the range. So sheep looking to do what they want to do, showing some bravado, just as that gentleman in the white truck just did. We're not so different after all. Want to look good in front of our peers. Keeping them in the ring, that is essential. The shed must be accomplished inside the ring. You can hold one out once the shed's accomplished, but inside is where the break must happen. Right back uphill here, keeping an eye on the sheep. We've got one that wants to join in the reindeer games over there, happening by the friends. Looking for a way to get there, one way or another. Sheep are playing a game of freeze tag, and these ones would like to join. And you can hear the sheep cheering for their compadres. Flint working hard to bring these three back together and take them up the hill. Nice work out there, yes indeed. Put your hands together for Kelsey and Flint here from North Carolina. Some fine work, some very, very fine work out there. Flags are flying just a little bit, a nice light breeze for us here in the late afternoon, early evening. Temperature is very, very pleasant. We know they can get warm, we know they can get cool. We'll take this one right here. That was Kelsey and Flint from North Carolina. We're going to add another state to our map here. Next will be Jennifer Ewers and Key, all the way from Arkansas. Is that right? AR?
Yeah. That or Arizona.
Is it Arizona? Yeah. That's big.
You want to know the abbreviation for Arizona? AZ.
Yeah, so Arkansas is AR, right? All right, I got it right. Yeah. Thanks. AZ, I should know AZ. Well, she didn't turn and correct me, so that's probably a good sign. Tell you, mama. Tell you, Pop. What I said about the Arkansas. All right,
Stepping away from the handler's post there, and calling her dog down the hillside. Just an interesting group of sheep up there. Again, some seem to want to get moved, some want to wait till after their second dinner. This time of day, that becomes increasingly a reality here. We know that. Handlers know that as well. Sometimes you increase the pressure, and sometimes so do the sheep. So Jennifer and Key with us here from Arkansas. Tell your mama, tell your pa, we're going to sing about the Arkansas. So happy to have Jennifer and Key with us. They are in the Bluegrass Classic. By saying that, you're basically saying you made it to the Super Bowl. You made it to the NBA playoffs. That is fine indeed. Obviously, there are ways you want this day to go and ways you envision it. Sometimes just getting here is the whole deal. Being able to have some good elements, something to build upon. Well, Alice Krause for you right now. Restless. Restless is the word. We got restless sheep. But maybe we're all a little restless when it comes right down to it. Having these remarkable handlers and dogs settle things down and get the work done, that's what we're here to see and to cheer on. This is Linda Gray and Hawk, all the way from Ohio, sponsored by Jennifer Looper. Stepping out to the handler's post now, set up crew. Set out just fine.
I
I'm right here. I'm gonna go look. You're going with me. Yeah.
This is 54. We have 65. Home stretch. Theory. Thank you. The music's not coming through. Thank you so much.
Hit play on.
I better wait until. You said that I was making commentary on it, but it wasn't coming over. We'll wait till my next chance. See if we can get some sound. I thought I heard it last time. Oh.
Lifted, now being brought down. That fetch line, we see our sheep here getting more interested in their evening meal. We know that, so more pressure perhaps necessary and being applied whenever possible. We don't want to get too crazy, of course. Crazy means crazy things happen, so trying to find that right sweet spot. That is the challenge for our handlers and our dogs. They are up to that challenge, no doubt. Right through the slot there. That looks so easy when it happens. It just isn't, especially with all the distractions. All the other possibilities here. Beautiful late afternoon, early evening at Masterson Station. Happy to have you here with us. Thank you for sticking it out. We've got just a handful of competitors left. It's a nice, quiet time of the evening. the fetch line, that imaginary line from the white set out to the handler's post. Again, if you're joining us for the first time and not been to a competition like this, you'll notice, hopefully, that there is no barking happening out there. That's not how the dogs do their work. It's with body positioning and the very, very famous Border Collie eye, that side eye. The idea is to make the sheep believe, and it's basically true, the dog is everywhere and anywhere. They better just keep moving ahead. That's the way to go. That's the safe bet. And that eye ranging from left to right, that's okay. Watching the sheep, watching the line that they trace, that's kind of what the judge is looking for. The dog can do the work as needed. The dog's movement's not as important in the scoring elements here as the sheep movements. But of course, it takes that partnership to make that happen, to make it look easy. Might as well check my chords anyway.
Certainly you see that
Certainly you see the tendency of these sheep to want to flock very, very close together and to get that pressure where you want it, to get them to move sometimes. Well, sometimes, but some nice work out there for sure. Let's put it together for Linda, Gray, and Hawk out of Ohio. Happy to have them here. Gray, not done, still doing the work. That's exactly what you want to see. That's the instinct and that's the work ethic you look for.
try my music.
I can definitely hear it.
It's coming out. Is that coming from this one? Pete? Is it coming out of that one too? Oh, what'd you get?
Oh. No, I was gonna say you did that last one.
Oh.
With the EQ.
Little Ann Murray for you right now.
No, but I could use the good luck. You have plenty of luck. Aren't you
What a beautiful place here in Masterson Station. It's a park that was designed actually for horsemanship, and you'll see that as you drive around. You'll see all kinds of fences and obstacles, things that those on horseback can attempt and perfect. But it works out mighty fine for a sheepdog classic. This is the Bluegrass Classic. 60 plus years, can you believe that? 60 plus years. What a tradition. I'm so happy that you're part of it with us here this year in 2025. This is a big one. This is one that people dream of being in. So congratulations to each and every one of our competitors and our teams. talking with some of our handlers, sometimes they're just happy to be here and want to see a couple of really good elements. Other dogs are further along. But qualifying for the Bluegrass all by itself is something quite special. So welcome and congratulations. And as Linda and Hawk complete their journey, it is Noel, Williams, and Clay all the way from Washington. Another state feather in our cap. Beautiful state of Washington up in the Northwest.
Maybe you guys need a professional dog.
Now, even though it's 450 yards from the handler's post up to that set-out spot, you certainly tell a lift when it happens as the dog comes from above, presents themselves to the flock, says, hey, let's go for a ride. How that presentation goes often determines how the rest of the run goes. And that pressure, but not too much pressure. Find a way to get them going and keep them moving. That's what comes next here. This is the fetch. The goal is to bring them down through those panels. An important part of this competition, worth up to 20 points all by itself. It's an interesting spot right there in the course. You'll notice that throughout the week as hills come down in various places to meet in a small, very small flat area, rising up yet again and then back to another flat. You've got the tree of life over there. Even a little bit of long grass, so a lot of distractions for sheep. But what a wonderful sight to see these two working together. Will and Clay, we've seen such remarkable teams. To just be at the Bluegrass Classic means years of practice, work, and experience. Maybe a little good fortune out there too to have things fall the right way, but you make your own good fortune, I'm told. Counterclockwise around the back of the handler's post. This is different than what you may have seen on the first 2 days. We reversed it. So coming around the back brings an end to the fetch, and now beginning to the first leg of the drive. It's a right-handed drive, which makes it tough if you're a left-handed sheep. Right through the panels there, nicely done, and a quick redirect to go right to left. Again, one of the more challenging parts of this course. Dogs' instinct is to bring the flock back. Instead, they're being directed to send them parallel. Right through the second set of panels, nicely done. Quick redirect. And now pointed back down towards the shedding ring, a chance to add some points to this run. All the way from the great state of Washington. Now into the ring. And a chance to accomplish the shed here. Now, that ring, the magic ring, 40 yards across. Lots of room to work with, but as we've seen, these sheep not necessarily thrilled about being separated from each other, so we got to find a way, looking for an opening. You see these two work as a partnership to trail them. That's achieved. Nicely done. Now heading towards the pen. See what time is left. making it happen. Nicely done. Noel Williams and Clay with a pen. Patience, positioning. That's what it takes. Nicely done with some time to work there. That is how it goes. Well done out of Washington. Sponsored by Anna Dance of Seattle, Washington. So a fellow Washingtonian there. Taking a swim. Nice and cool like the Puget Sound. Well done, Clay. Well done, Noel. I happen to know it's Anna Dance's birthday today, so that's a special moment. So Washington, another state with a pin in it for us. A lot of representation from all over the country here. We do have international representation, coming up as well. So Washington will move to Massachusetts here shortly. Sue, Sean, and Corey out of Massachusetts will be next up. So you're seeing some nice work even at the close of day. I know draw orders sometimes there's preferences, but you take what you got and make something special happen. Set out through high on the hill. So this will be Sue and Corey, the great state of Massachusetts.
It's been the bright spot.
Oh, you're kind. You're kind.
I love that.
Thank you.
Made me laugh 100 times.
Keep telling me that, will you?
Yeah, I will. I'm going to stretch so you can't say anything about me.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're going the distance. 69.
Score comes in at 69 for Noel and Clay.
Jared, did the score come in?
What's that?
Did you say the score came in?
I did 69.
16.
Saw a nice outrun up there, coming down upon the sheet, presenting with a little charm and grace, and a little firmness as well. I'm eager to escort you around this course. That is what we're watching right now. After the lift, this is the fetch. And ideally, a nice straight line through those panels. This group moving well right now. Heads are up. That's what you look for. Keep them moving. Don't let them get too comfortable. Keep moving down. This team is sponsored by Linda Hotchkiss. Each of our teams sponsorship, that's fantastic. Support coming in from all over the country. We're live streaming this event and have been all day long. We've even secretly mic'd up some of our competitors without them knowing it. Hoping that the language was nice and clean. That's a joke, of course, but we might mic up the sheep tomorrow and see what they add to it. It'd be fantastic. Counterclockwise, as is prescribed. Corey with a quick look at the Purina Pro Plan sign. Maybe trying to pick up that NIL endorsement. Now lined up for the first leg of the triangle we call the drive. If by chance you've just joined us, come to enjoy the last part of our competition. Each run is worth up to 100 points. 6 distinct elements involved. This is element number 4. This is the drive. It's worth the most points because it is asking these remarkable border collies to go against instinct, to move the sheep away, or as is happening right now on the cross drive, parallel from the handler. Border collie, if they have that natural gift, they would like to grab the sheep, not grab, excuse me, wrong word. They would like to encourage the sheep back towards the handler, but this is a different skill. This is an important one, moving them where you want them to go. Each of these sheep will only be used once per day, so this is the first time through for these 3 on the day. They are Targhee Rambouillet Cross, and they are used to some tough conditions out in Montana, bringing them all the way from Montana to Kentucky. That is a logistical feat. Some of these sheep will be well traveled by the end. After this competition, we'll head back to Montana, and they'll be used as breeding stock for next year's competitors. Eating, breeding, and competing, that is a fine way of life We need bumper stickers made up with that one. All right, stepping away from the post, let's have a round of applause for Sue and Corey out of Massachusetts. Some nice work out there together. Well done. Massachusetts, and we move to Connecticut. We're sticking with the New Englanders here right now. Remarkable how far these fine teams have traveled to have the chance to compete at the Bluegrass. They do cover some ground, literally and figuratively. Happy to have you here with us. Hope you've enjoyed the day. If you've been here all day long, we really appreciate it. It's been so much to see. You kind of get into the mood, into the mode, and you just feel like relaxing and seeing what can happen out there on the course. And if you're watching enough of these trials, you will see almost anything happen. But it's a pleasure. Sometimes I compare it to Wimbledon, where we all get kind of quiet and relaxed and watch and erupt when something huge happens, but so much is happening all along the way. It's rather remarkable. As you get better at knowing what you're looking for and what you're seeing, you get more impressed and more amazed at what these fine human and canine athletes are doing together. Beverly Lambert now stepping out onto the field, taking out Annie. Come from Connecticut, as I said, right here, grasses of the Bluegrass. Nice lift up on the high hillside there. Bringing this group down in a controlled but steady pace. That is the ideal. Lots of good food up there. And he let him know why get fast food when you can get a good meal later on. Try to keep them moving.
right through.
Right through the panels, that's what you're looking for here. You imagine that invisible line from the high white mark down to the handler's post. Our judge, Eamon McCauley. Known as Curly. Doing a yeoman's task today. Large field. Watching right now this great performance here. This is Beverly and Annie out of Connecticut. Nice straight line, as straight as can be achieved in such interesting terrain, keeping them on task. Coming up the rise now, looking around, realizing there's an audience, there's temps. There's that strange pen over there. Sheep getting their first look at this part of the course today. See how low they can get, giving that border collie eye, that crouch, saying a lot with body language. Not with the bark, but with the body. Now lining up, getting ready for that first leg of the drive has begun. Now that redirect, push them on the cross drive. As Olivia Newton-John taught us back in the 80s, sometimes you do have to get physical. There's a lot of psychology in this as well. You see just position, and eye gaze, and just pressure. It's a remarkable combination of physical and psychological on the part of both the dog and the handler. There is strategy. Right through those gates and not being directed quickly. Not give them too long a look up into the exhaust. And pointed back down here. Last leg of the drive takes them into the shedding ring when that happens. And I believe it will. You'll see Beverly leave her post and head down to join directly in the action. Now all players in this play are in the ring. Nice quick move there, some confidence, and now Beverly heads up the hill. Annie brings these through along.
You might want to announce number 61 is scratched, which means that the dogs after that are going to be, do you know what I mean? Like Charlie Hurt and whatnot are going to have to pay attention because they're going to be moving up a slot.
Thank you. That helps.
Well, it'll help them, I hope.
And there it is.
There it is with the slamming of the gate. Nicely done, using that time wisely. You saw a couple of moments there when you thought it might unravel, but not panicking, finding that right position, making it happen. Remember, these sheep have no real reason to want to go into that pen. In fact, it's a dead end in there. Nobody wants to go to the pen. So nicely done. Great partnership there by Beverly and Annie. Congratulations. Right now, the sheep heading down to the exhaust. A chance to tell all their friends how they escaped from the pen. That's how they'll tell that story anyway. And a well-deserved cool off for Annie. For your information, for those coming in our last few here, we do have a scratch at position 61. So Charlie, Mariana, Thad, and Susan, you'll be going one slot sooner than you thought. So just heads up, Charlie, Mariana, Thad, and Susan had a scratch just before. They'll be going one slot sooner. This is Donna Rock and Opel making their way out to the handler's post. Joining us from Missouri, sponsored by Shelby Cook. So happy to have them here and looking forward to see what they've got here in store for us.
That's number 86.
86.
I'll let you know.
Score comes in as 86 for Bev and Annie. 86.
one Mindy Bauer is a scratch. You got that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I announced others to be ready here sooner. So. Hey. How you holding together? Good.
Nice lift up there on the hillside. Nice outrun for that matter. Coming down the hillside now, looking for that invisible line, the fetch line. Donna and Opel out of Missouri. Once again, a thank you to our local Bluegrass Airport for arranging the flight pattern to give us kind of a Super Bowl kind of F-16 flyover every once in a while. Why not? This is a sport to celebrate. Right down through the slot. Nicely done. Each day here, we send out 65 competitors on the open class fields. Wednesday and Thursday, we came up with the top 7. We'll do the same for Friday, Saturday. Top 7 will advance to the finals on Sunday. And then we'll take, after we have those 14, we'll do the next 7 based on combined scores. So lots of chances to advance. The safest way is to be in that top 7. So each competitor doing their darndest to make that happen. This is Donna. Counterclockwise around the handler's post. Now lining up well for that first leg of the drive. So 3 elements down, 3 elements to go. If you have your program, you'll notice that up to 50 points have already been assigned, and now the next 50, of which the drive is the highest, 30 points. Judge looking for a straight line, looking for nice pushing through those panels. So there is an ideal. Of course, you put that onto a 3-dimensional surface like this. And, well, a lot of variables to contend with. But Donna and Opel working fantastic as they make their way uphill. Right through the panels and now redirecting towards the left, right to left. We won't know our top 7 until the end of the day tomorrow from today and tomorrow combined, but we'll know a whole lot more at the end of tomorrow. Hopefully 21 teams will compete back here on Sunday for what promises to be a dramatic, and is always an entertaining event. Seeing some nice work up there. You see getting through those gates and then that quick redirect, not letting them get too much of a sense of friends and family over there. The friends and family plan is a strong plan, but it's not time, not yet. More work to be done, a chance now to come into the shedding ring and maybe up to the pen. We'll see how things go, but it's moving well. Opel with some nice command of this group of 3. Any chance or any time they try to make a break, you see that quick move and that repositioning, that is impressive. Remember, the sheep don't know the game plan, they haven't studied it, they're not sure where they're supposed to go or what they're supposed to do. So it is Donna and Opel teaching them into the shedding ring. See how low they can go right there. Like a lion in the grass in the Serengeti. That is not what you want to see. And so the sheep know that something's expected. And keep getting outmaneuvered. There we go, nicely done. Now quickly redirecting. Now Donna making her way up the hillside towards the pen. doing some fine work there, keeping the pressure on, but not too fast. Now we'll see what they can do with the time that remains. Fine work on this run. Let's see if we can get a pen. And the time does run out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause. That was fantastic. Donna and Opel showing us some fine teamwork. Really nice lines. Really nice. Getting some encouragement from fellow competitors here. Some really beautiful work out there. Opel and Donna from Missouri. Nicely done. Don't listen to him, Donna. Don't listen. Good. We'll see what the judge has to say about that, but some fine work out there by Donna and Opel. Sponsored by Shelby Cook. They come from Missouri. Opel getting a little cool down. Well deserved. Next up will be Gordon Watt, all the way from Illinois. He'll be walking out there with Dude. Not only does the Dude abide, the Dude gets the job done, and we'll look forward to seeing
77.
score coming in for Donna and Opel, 77. 77. Looking up, I have to set out here. For some reason, dog is due. Do we feel like we need to play a little Neil Young? Unknown legend. This is Gordon Watt. And Dude, all the way from Illinois. I don't know if these guys qualify as unknown legends. Just straight legends, I would suspect. So our set-out crew has done such great work throughout the day. Just a few more groups of three to bring out. We'll turn down Neil Young. Get ready for Gordon and Dude. Just 6 teams still to compete here on the day. So 6 last chances to bust up into that stratosphere of the high scores. Bring them down that fetch line. Some nice work up there, nice outrun. Some confidence here, keeping the heads up, keeping them moving at a nice clip. Remember that fetch line stretching from the white set-out spot down to where Gordon stands at the handler's post in as straight of a line as possible, given the terrain. And there's a beautiful sight right there. Like some geese coming through. Check out the event. We like to throw in a few extra challenges here now and then. Got a kite up in the sky, we've got geese coming in. These teams can handle it all. Such a peaceful scene out there right now. This morning we were a little bit more Wizard of Oz. Some flying monkeys going by every once in a while. But right now, nice and peaceful, nice and calm, this is Gordon.
Thank you.
And now stepping away from the handler's post there, just too much pressure in that moment. Sometimes that happens. Trying to get them lined up and moving. It's great work though, and you will remember Gordon and Dude out of Illinois. Great team, and we see that a lot of success over the years. Tom Petty for you right now as we get ready for our last few. And then there were 5. Next up will be Teresa Lafferty. Claire out. Keep in mind, we did have a scratch at position 61, so for those that follow 61, you'll be going a little sooner than you thought. Give yourself a little time to get into game mode, competition mode. This will be Teresa Lafferty, all the way from Wisconsin. Walking out to the handler's post here shortly with Claire. She's sponsored by Camp Dogwood of Wisconsin, so it's a local sponsorship. That's fantastic. Camp Dogwood sounds like a summer camp I'd like to go to. I'm often in that camp with my wife. That's the doghouse.
I am.
We'll see you there.
Are you going to be there today? Congratulations.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't give you much of the. I tried to sneak the score right before she left, and I kind of had to pull back. So
I wasn't quite sure I heard you right.
I know. I wanted to shout it again, but cool.
Thank you.
Sure.
Every element of a successful sheepdog trial run is important to the judge, important to the handler for that matter. Each one is a separate skill and gives a chance for these teams to improve together. Each dog here has the potential to run twice. Sometimes if the first run is successful, you'll see a switch of dog for the second spot. That is all right, of course. But for others, first you don't succeed, you try again. And each part of this right now, this is the fetch. Coming down that visible line, worth up to 20 points. See the sheep's heads are up. Move forward, being moved, move forward. So far, almost every time when they realize that there's an audience, fencing and tents, chairs, kind of look around like, whoa. Did not see that coming. Some nice work out there by Teresa and Claire out of Wisconsin. All the way down from the Great Lakes region and some Great Lakes. There's a Great Lake right there. Claire is hopping in. It's the lesser known one of the Great Lakes. Great Lick. Not exactly walking after midnight, but we are into the evening time here. Just a few more competitors, 4 to be exact. Then there were 4. First off will be Charlie Hurt, taking Archer out to the handler's post here momentarily, all the way from Virginia, sponsored by Thather Hurt. Nothing gets a dog excited about a sheepdog trial run more than a little Patsy Cline in the background. That's scientifically proven, by the way. That was my dissertation project. in announcing school. We're about to see some walking after midnight here shortly. It will be Charlie and Archer heading to the handler's post.
That's
Tornado. Watch. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch until 3 o'clock a.m. Be weather aware to
So when?
your local
And
media
when?
for further information. Tornado. Watch. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch until 3 o'clock a.m. Be weather aware to your local media for further information. Tornado. Watch. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado.
Well, that's not something you hear every day. And I think that was AI right there. I don't know if they went to announcing school, but we got the message for sure. Right now, all eyes out on the fields. Charlie and Archer make their way down the fetch line. Nicely done through the panels there. Keeping those heads up, keeping those bodies moving.
Not funny for some reason. I know it's not funny, but
Nice straight line, that's what the judge's looking for here. Moving these sheep a little later into the evening, but right now conditions are quite nice.
oh yeah, we have planned that at 8:50. And it's 7:30 right now. Actually, 7:30. 8.
been a nice full couple of days here at the Bluegrass Classic. Of course, this is the open classes we're watching right now. And a lot of competition at a number of levels. Nursery class, pro novice, dogs in all different stages of their development. Some of them learning how to drive, getting some practice at a high-level competition. And there are years of experience that go into this, years of training, years of crafting a partnership. To be in the open class, which is what we're watching right here, means you have achieved something quite special. Do it at the Bluegrass Classic, well, come on. Come on. That's big league. That's major league. That's not AAA. Now working on that first leg of the drive. And you see the sheep break that plane without going through that. Is all right. You just redirect and point them in the right direction. No reason to go back. It does not add anything to you, so you redirect and set them up. Now we'll go right to left on the cross drive. Now you've noticed throughout the day as that exhaust got bigger and the sheep get their first vision of all of those sheep up there. It's like the hosts of heaven up there. Nice pastoral scene. Reminiscent of Monet's famous painting, Water Lilies with Sheep. And a thank you there. And some nice work up there by, let's hear it for Charlie and Archer from Virginia. Great teamwork up there. Clearly some affection for each other. Love to see that. These teams grow so close. And experience so much, both in the wild, on the range, and at high-level competitions. The idea of a competition like this, just a reminder, these all these skills you'll find at work out on the range, out on the ranch, but doing it this precisely, doing it in this order, doing it with an audience. These are refinements. That's a whole different level. It's not a game of street basketball here. This is the NBA, so there are rules. Now we see Mariana Schroeder coming out onto the competition grounds. She and Star will be taking the stage here out of Georgia, sponsored by Urban Shepherds and Maureen Hillen. Mariana and Star. A chance to make some magic happen here at the Bluegrass Classic. lived up there on the hillside. You pick them up where you find them, bring them into that fetch line. Line them up and send them right on through. Nicely done. It's a long, long distance, 450 yards, if not more. So bringing it down at a nice clip, pointing in the right direction. That's the challenge. Now making their way up that final hill as they realize that they are part of a bigger experience here, and seeing the audience, the flags being brought nice and patiently by Star. You can go counterclockwise around the Handler's Post. And thus ends the fetch. Now begins the drive on leg number 1. It's finally been confirmed of an equilateral triangle, 150 yards each way, give or take a blade of grass. First objective is to get to that set of panels on the right. Patiently setting them up, send them through that first set of panels, and now redirect, point them. Ready for the cross drive. Some beautiful clouds in the backdrop there. Either a giant boot or a pirate ship, not sure which, but it's been a day of weather. Beautiful, beautiful pictures. A reminder that all this work gets done no matter what the weather is out on the ranch. So this may be us and our finery here, but these are all real skills necessary for a successful operation. Now redirecting this group, taking their attention off their friends, drifting in the high grasses. Anna and Star looking to bring this group towards the shedding ring. Now, entering the ring herself, Mariana gets to join in this dance, not from a distance, but close up. As they'll work together to find a shed, and that is helping one of these three sheep step out alone for the first time on the day. Sometimes when you've been hanging with your friends at the mall, it's hard to separate. Just one needs to be set aside here. We call that a shed or a singling. Nicely done, nicely held. All right, looking to regroup this group of three, and Mariana making her way up the hill. You'll notice she does not turn her back. At least not completely, wanting to know where they're coming, how fast they're coming, where she needs to be. That's part of this as well. Again, we'll see what kind of time they have to work with. Star eager to get the job done. Little sheepnado right there at the end. Nicely done. What if you had a pen party and everybody came? Nicely done, Mariana and Star. With a nice exclamation mark. Fine run there out of Georgia. Didn't want to put any extra pressure on Mariana, but she is kind of an important person at this event and has done a lot of work. Tries to stay behind the scenes. But she has been remarkable in helping the Bluegrass Classic move forward in 2025. She would say quickly, it takes a village, it takes a team, a lot of volunteers, and a lot of good folks, and of course that's true. But shout out to Mariana and all the work she and her phenomenal team have accomplished together. That leaves just two, and then there were two. Thad Fleming will be our second to last to go out. Thad out of Missouri, and then we'll see Susan Garrett. Last chance to make it to the Sunday dance. Susan Garrett and Ben. Score comes in 77 for Mariana and Star. 77. Now we see Thad Fleming and Flo heading out to the handler's post as they look up to see the set-out crew doing their second to last set-out on a very full day.
Lately a lot. used to not be. It used to happen like once every 2-3 years, and then recently it's just picked up. So it's one of those things where it's just like
Just changing weather patterns.
it's
Well, and I knew this was in the zone. Just
yeah. I wouldn't really be worried,
on,
but if it's funny, like everything happens to freeze here. So like if it's the third storm, usually
that's what
it's like
it's.
it's
Okay. Where are we at?
one or two
Okay.
that I'm aware of.
I used to spend summers in Illinois. I was part of that state that was prone. So my brothers and I thought it was cool, of course, because we weren't actually in one.
I'm all right now.
Need anything?
Good. Good. First about this is second to last. So good. I think I could get possibly use some.
I think Stephen has some.
So,
All right.
good to see you.
Nice lift up there on the hillside, getting this group now flowing down that line. Not the Wichita line, it's the fetch line. Nice adjustment there, getting this group of three to go through the Kentucky version of the Arc de Triomphe. Down to our second to last run here. This is Thad and Flo. So some nice flow right now down that fetch line. Keeping that pressure on this group of three. It's dinner time for us. It might be dinner time for them too. So keeping that pressure, helping them move forward, not letting their heads dip or stop for too long. It's always dinner time somewhere, so that's how the sheep see it. Why not here? Why not now? Counterclockwise around the handler's post. The ceremonial flyover by the good folks.
Airline is that Delta?
That's United. That's United.
And the good folks of United coming into the Bluegrass Airport. It's a little extra. We had to trade some free tickets to get the airlines to change their flight patterns to fly over us here. Sometimes that's what you got to do. For the big show, and that's what we're getting right here. This is the first leg of the drive.
Second event.
Down through and over for the cross drive here, right to left for our viewers here. That is approximately south to north here at Masterson Station Park in beautiful Lexington, Kentucky. Getting him through that second set of panels now. As we've learned, there's a temptation up there to the left. That's sheep right. Doing some good work to get them refocused, re-pointed down the hillside towards the shedding ring. For those lucky enough to have stumbled into our encampment here, this is the 2025 Bluegrass Classic Sheepdog Trial. It's been happening for 60 plus years. Brings in some of the finest handlers from around the country. Indeed, we've got handlers from around the world here. A chance to show the skills of these remarkable border collies and these remarkable handlers. We won't leave the sheep out, of course. They're remarkable as well. They are Targhee Rambouillet crosses from the Billings, Montana area. not serious about getting them all onto a Greyhound bus and bringing them down, but it's a big, big number. Now into the shedding ring we go. Thad and Flo doing some work now together. Trailing back and forth, holding that nicely done. Now checking the watch here to see what kind of time he has to play with up at the pen. And not much at all, but a nice shed right there at the end. That's a fine exclamation mark as well. Quick and confident and done exactly what the way that the judge would be looking for. Probably shouldn't say that. I don't know what the judge is exactly looking for. I'll take that back, but I will say that from the announcer's booth, that was a confident shed. A lot of elements, though. A lot of elements. Getting him in position, stance, all these things. And our great judge today, Curly. Eamon Curly McCauley out of Northern Ireland, living on the outskirts of Larne. Grew up in a farming family, began his sheepdog trialing career at age 11, so he does know what he's looking for. We'll just let him make those decisions, but wow, some nice work out there by Thad and Flo, sponsored by Mike, Dana, and Katie Neary, coming all the way from Missouri. Well, and then there was one, our final contestant, our final competitor, our final team. This is Susan Garrett and Ben, all the way down from Michigan. Let's all have a collective wish of all the best to Susan and Ben. I'll have a final statement for the day. They are sponsored by Chase Berzins.
76.
that lift accomplished. Now I'm trying to get this group onto that fetch line, lining them up. That invisible line between the two. Taking the time to set them back up onto that fetch line. We got sheep from Montana, we got handler and dog from Michigan. Here at the Bluegrass Classic, bringing competitors from all points of the nation, indeed some from around the world. Susan and Ben working together here, bringing them down. Closing part of the fetch line. Beautiful Kentucky sky there in the background. Quite the sight, quite a tableau. Legend lives on from the Chippewa on down. That great lake they call Gitchagumi. All the Michiganders in the house right now. Bringing them into view now up the hill, getting a glance at all of the festival colors. Final Instagram moment here for our judge. Nice view right there of dog, sheep, and handler lining up like the planets. guys around the back and now setting them in position to make the first leg of the cross drive. Excuse me, the drive first. The cross drive will come right to left after the first panels are reached. Then doing some nice work getting this group going here. Sending them out, telling them the work is not done. Not over. Got miles to go before we sleep. Miles to go before we sleep. The grass is lovely, green and deep. That great Kentucky poet, Robert Frost. Well, everyone comes to Kentucky eventually, don't they? There's that first leg, about 150 yards from Hamlin's Post to the first panels. Just within my range as a quarterback in high school, just barely though. It is a distance. Their heads up, keeping them moving. And the time runs down there. Some fine work out on the course by Susan and Ben. And time keeps on ticking into the future. And that brings us to the end of our day's competition.